2025 terms apply. See Rotella.com/rewards for details. Card is issued by Sutton Bank, member FDIC, pursuant to license by MasterCard. MasterCard is a registered trademark, and the circle's design is a trademark of MasterCard International Incorporated.
So much information, so little time, and so many sources that may not have your best interest in mind. For over 100 years, Fleet Owner has been your #1 source of reliable industry news. Whether you need the most up-to-date news from our daily Newsline newsletter, the latest on EVs and the changing alternative fuel landscape from our emissions and efficiency newsletter, or you're looking for Class 1 through 6 info from our HD Pickup and Van newsletter, you've come to the right place. Fleet Owners newsletters are crafted by industry experts and award-winning editors with you in mind. We are dedicated to bringing you the right news and information at the right time. Combine those newsletters with our print publication, and you have a combination that cannot be beat. Sign up today for the newsletter or newsletters that fit your needs at fleetowner.com. For industry news and trends, that is fleetowner.com. That's fleetowner.com.
The St. Christopher Truckers Fund is excited to offer a 12-week comprehensive health and wellness program for all Class A over-the-road truck drivers. Healthy Habits for the Long Haul is a free interactive program focusing on nutrition, hydration, movement, stress, and more. Drivers have free access to a health coach to develop healthy habits. Visit truckersfund.org under the Health and Wellness tab to register. Sponsored by St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund.
WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville.
From the Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studio, Super Talk 99.7.
WTN. Good morning, it's 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are set for some rain this week. Stefano tells us the rain could start coming as early as today.
Everything this morning would be pretty isolated for the most part, but there are already a couple of rain showers trying to develop in parts of Middle Tennessee. As we continue through the afternoon, we'll stay in the 70s, maybe get back to near 80 with a couple of rain showers.
And it's 71 degrees right now. In the news, a skydiving instructor died over the weekend in a terrible accident. He's been identified as 35-year-old Justin Fuller of Murfreesboro.
He died from falling from a plane without a parachute. Now, this happened on Saturday. Investigators say that his 46-year-old student got stuck on the side of the aircraft in a tandem rig before separating mid-air. The student's emergency parachute did deploy, leaving him lodged in a tree.
That's Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac. The student was later found and rescued. The NTSB is investigating this accident. Another federal judge is blocking President Trump from carrying out his effort to stop violent crime in Portland, Oregon.
The Trump-appointed federal judge who on Saturday said Oregon's National Guard was barred from being deployed by President Trump because his allegations of chaos in Portland and it being war-ravaged were, quote, simply untethered from the facts, end quote, was clearly frustrated as she held an emergency hearing on Sunday night. It came after the Trump administration tried to send into Portland National Guard troops from California and Texas instead. The judge accusing the Trump administration of trying to circumvent her order after she said no Oregon National Guard troops could deploy to Portland. The judge now blocking President Trump from sending National Guard troops from any state to Oregon. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Chuck Sievertson.
Trading will resume after the Dow and S&P 500 indexes closed at new records Friday. They and the Nasdaq finishing another week of gains. This despite the federal government shutdown delaying release of the monthly September jobs and unemployment report from the Labor Department. Among the reports due out that could affect stock prices is one on consumer credit Tuesday, an initial look at consumer sentiment Friday, and Fed Chairman Jerome Powell has a speech Thursday, as do several federal and regional central bank officials throughout the week. For the year, the S&P 500 index is up over 800 points, or 14.2%. The Dow is up over 4,000 points, or 9.9%. The Nasdaq index is up over 3,400 points, or 18%. The Trump administration has announced cancellation of over $7 billion intended for clean energy projects across 16 states. In each state, both senators voted against the Republican bill to keep the federal government open. Chuck Sievertson, ABC News.
And we've got stock futures in the green this morning. The Dow futures are up 89. NASDAQ futures gaining 139. The S&P futures are up 24 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in Spring Hill, you've got a problem this morning. Duplex Road, eastbound side, is blocked off at Owl Hollow Road. There's a crash in that area. And then you've got a problem this morning on 24 westbound, just before exit 53. There's a crash, and the right exit lane has been blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTM.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Yes, I'm not Dan Mandis. I am Brian Wilson filling in for Dan today. Dan will be back tomorrow. Everything is going well, and he'll be back here tomorrow to pick up where he left off after a couple of days off. We've got a lot of stuff to cover over the course of the next 4 hours. Chris Hand coming up after that. This is a day to settle in. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that are sort of on the bubble that could come to fruition today. You know, the real question, I think, that's sort of pending out there, that's burbling beneath the surface, is are we going to be able to get the government open again? I'm not missing it. I don't know about you. I'm not having I'm not jonesing for the government to open. It hasn't impacted my life one whit. Well, I take that back. I'm getting ready to take a vacation camping trip, and I may not be able to get into one national park. Okay. You know what? I'll just go to the KOA. So, you know, it's not like the end of the world. It's not like a huge problem. And I think most people are feeling that. But, of course, you know, the wailing and the gnashing of the teeth continues as they try to figure out exactly what they should do to get the government open. We have a complete, standoff at the moment. This is really all about the Senate. And will the Democrats come on board to pass what they call a clean CR? Now, let me just stop for a moment so that you understand the background. Clean CR means that we're just basically going to give a relatively non-political document that will keep the government funding at certain levels for the next few weeks while we continue to work out the details of a permanent deal. Are we going to? My question is, why in the heck aren't we already at that point? We have these fights, you know, that could be resolved if Congress would just do budgets through the regular order. But they choose not to do that, and it apparently, they say, it's a more difficult thing than you might imagine to get everybody and all those bills across. So they always seem like they're running late. I don't understand it. There was a time and a place in this country where we did things through regular order, and the most important thing that they did was that they passed a budget, and they passed the financing that kept the government running. But now we've got all this nonsense going on. Let's start with, we call it the Schumer shutdown, and it is because, you know, you got to have 60 votes in the Senate. Most people say, well, why is that? Well, 60 votes overcomes a filibuster. That's called invoking cloture. You've got 60 votes to go forward. That would invoke cloture, and that means they could take a vote on it. Without invoking cloture, and without that 60 votes, you can't go forward. So we're close, but they don't have enough Democrats coming over to join Republicans, and so the government remains closed down for the moment. The House of Representatives is pretty much out. They've done their business. They've passed a bill. They've sent it over. Now it's a question of who's going to blink first. Chuck Schumer, who is, I think, doing this because he's got real problems from the extreme left wing of his party. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Mandami and the rest, you know, he's got all those kind of problems. He's got to look and say, if I don't look tough during these battles, I could lose my cushy job. I'd be okay with that, quite frankly. Schumer.
But do you hear any kind of opening here for a negotiation whatsoever? Well, right now, not. Look, Johnson's not serious about this.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson.
He sent all his congressmen home last week and home this week. How are you going to negotiate
he says the
when they're
job
all
is in
there?
the Senate with you and Leader Thune.
Well, no, you actually need Johnson. If you're going to negotiate any agreement, you need Johnson, Thune, Trump, Schumer, and Jeffries. And
well, I'm glad to have, let's have that meeting. But we've done that, and it didn't go anywhere. I think the battle lines are drawn. And the question is, are they going to blink? Are the Democrats going to blink? Is the pressure getting to be too much? Some Democrats have come across and have decided that they're going to be in favor of the continuing resolution. Other Democrats seem to be holding, their powder dry.
The reason he sent them home is because he's more interested in protecting the Epstein files.
Oh, this is rich, isn't it? He's in such trouble here that he has to go down this pathway. I think this is just a cheap shot, and I think this doesn't amount to anything. It's just him trying to confuse and conflate a couple of issues that should not be conflated.
But do you hear any kind of opening here for a negotiation whatsoever?
Well, right now, not. Look, Johnson's not serious about this. He sent all his comments because he's more interested in protecting the Epstein files than protecting the American people from the health care crisis. Yeah. We've been trying for months and months to sit down with them and have a serious conversation addressing America's health care needs. And they've refused and refused and refused. And just on your show and on other shows, when they ask him, well, will you do it in January? He says it's starting in January. He says, no, we'll have a conversation. Well, you know what? Later means never. And we've tried 45 days and 45 days and 45 days from March on. We asked them to vote on it 3 times. The Republicans in the Senate, they voted no 3 times.
That was a permanent extension.
So we need to solve this crisis.
The bill that I think you're referring to is Senator Shaheen. It was a permanent extension. It wasn't the, compromise that some Republicans have proposed.
Margaret, Johnson has not committed to any extension, and he won't until the American people force him to. And it doesn't, and by the way, the crisis doesn't start in January. 2 days ago, starting October 1st, millions of Americans are getting notices that their health care premiums are dramatically increasing. If you're a 55-year-old couple and you make $80,000, you know how much your premiums will go up if we don't extend it? It'll go up something like $25,000. The average American will pay $900 more.
Hold on a minute here, because he's making these allegations, and I don't have the ability to track down to whether the numbers are accurate or not. But let's just understand one thing: he could avoid all of that in about 10 seconds by signing a continuing resolution that he has signed off on in the past. Same deal, basically. Why are they, by putting down this fight right now, why are they choosing to fight something that ought to be a matter of routine, just, passing a little CR while you continue to work on the budget? This kind of stuff is done all the time. But why have they chosen to have this fight now? Well, because Schumer needs to show how tough he is in battling the Republicans, because he is in real trouble politically.
How do Americans who are struggling, sitting at the table Friday night figuring out how to pay the bills, how the heck can they get such an increase? Democrats are simple. We want to extend it, and so they won't have to pay that increase. And Johnson does not want to do it. He's just not serious about it, as exemplified by him sending the House home for 2 weeks. You need to be here to negotiate.
All right. You're using the word extend versus...
He needs to be here to negotiate. I don't know about you. In fact, right now, I'm appearing on this program on Super Talk TV via Zoom. Sam's got me logged in, and you can see me on the camera. This is the way it's done. If you need Johnson, put him on a Zoom call. Have those conversations. They don't want the conversation. They don't want the conversation at all. Listen, we got to stop and take a look at what's going on with traffic. Back in just a moment with more.
Still out there this morning, that crash on 24 westbound just before exit 53 with the right lane blocked off by it. And in Spring Hill on Duplex Road eastbound, it's blocked because of a crash at Owl Hollow Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We're looking for a high today, I think, in the low 80s. And they are saying that we have a 60-some-odd chance of rain today. I'm looking at the radar. I see a little something down near Franklin, just a little passing, just a blip of a thunderstorm, and they're not much. So is that the amount of rain we're going to get today? Is that
That's
it?
what Stefano is telling us, yes.
Yeah. Good.
A little bit.
I'm glad, because I got to drive today.
Oh, yeah.
I'm jumping in the motor van and headed west.
Love it.
Right after the show. And so I got to make it as far as Hot Springs, Arkansas tonight.
Nice.
Yeah, not looking for.
No, not in rain. Yeah. Not in the rain.
Not fun. Anyway, so we're looking for a high today. I think for the next few days it looks pretty good. All right. So let's listen to Mike Johnson talking about the shutdown and how he views things.
You mentioned the real-world impact. Federal workers, including our military, would miss their first paychecks October 15th or 16th. How long should workers plan to be without that income?
Well, the only person who can answer that question is your next guest, and that's Chuck Schumer, because the House did its job. The reason that House Republicans are home working in their districts, and I suspect House Democrats should be as well, is because we did that. We passed a bipartisan, very clean, continuing resolution a couple of weeks back now and sent it to the Senate. It's very important to note what was in that. It was only 24 pages in length, Margaret. It was a good faith effort to keep the government open for 7 more weeks so that Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan fashion could work together to fund the government with the appropriations process. Chuck Schumer always voted for those in the past. In fact, he did it 13 times during the 4 years of the Biden administration. But now suddenly he's commanding his Democrats in the Senate not to do it, and there's one simple reason why. They need political cover from the far left corner of the base. He's afraid, Chuck Schumer individually, ask him about it, he's afraid he's going to get a challenge from the Marxist left in his party because that's the new wave in New York.
That's it.
That's what this is about. Chuck Schumer is trying to show a fight against the president and Republicans, and real Americans are being harmed in the process of this political game.
Okay.
So let's just talk for a moment about that. He's right. He's being challenged by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the socialist left of the Democrat Party, and he's looking at what's going on with the mayoral elections there, in New York City, and he's thinking, wow, you know what? I'm getting challenged, and among the party faithful, the hardcore, of the party, there is this movement towards socialism. And he understands that if he doesn't look to be fighting in a tough way against the Republicans on this and against Trump, that he could lose his cushy job as majority leader. How long has Chuck Schumer been the majority, in the leadership of the Democrat Party on the Senate side? I think as long as I can remember. I think he replaced what? Was it Robert Byrd? I'm not sure, but it's been a while.
Let's see. He's been minority leader since 2017, majority leader from 21 to 25. Yeah, so since 2017, he's been in leadership.
Well, There you go. Enough. Honestly, we should not be shutting down the entire government and all the inherent problems that come along with that just to protect someone's left flank in the Democrat Party. Here's Senate Majority Leader John Thune. I like John Thune. I've always liked him. I think he's a pretty sharp guy, talking on the Weekend Talks about this continuing shutdown.
The Wall Street Journal writes it today about a breakdown in trust. Has Chuck Schumer lost the trust of colleagues?
I can't speak for their side. I don't understand their side, and I certainly don't understand this strategy.
He's not alone there.
I've never seen something that seems like such a losing proposition, a losing hand, where you take hostage something you actually like, which is the federal government. This is what the Democrats have done. And but I think that they're having some very robust conversations on their side. I just hope there are enough reasonable Democrats out there who see this for what it is and realize that the only way to get back on track here is to vote to reopen the government, and then we can go to work on all these issues that they want to talk about. Like I said, it's not complicated, and they have to make that decision. It's up to them.
All right, how long is it going to take for somebody to blink in this thing? From Politico. Shutdown threatens to drag on for days as positions harden. Some are eyeing October 15th when active duty military members could miss a paycheck as the next deadline for action. So, according to Politico, they believe this could go for a while. That's the way it feels to me. Look, generally the way these things work is you go right up to the edge and somebody says, all right, we'll pass the CR. We don't want to shut down the government. And it gets resolved. But if it goes beyond that, then sometimes these things can go 30 days or so. I don't know how it's going to get resolved. I know this, that for the vast majority of people within the sound of my voice, the federal government, which, eventually it's got to get reopened and eventually it has to go forward and operate. But in the meantime, it's not, I can't find a lot of people who are standing and screaming saying, when is my government going to be reopened? I can't live like this. I don't think it impacts the vast majority. Does it impact government workers? Yeah. Does it potentially impact the military? Yeah, but everybody will be made whole, and they know that. They've been through this before. Is it any way to run a railroad? No. But that's where we are. 22 past the hour.
And coming up, mass layoffs are coming, according to President Trump. Also, did Chicago police issue a stand-down order refusing to help ICE agents? We'll take a look. Those stories coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
27 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson filling in for Dan Mandis, back tomorrow. And just to clean up something, I went and did a little research during the break there. And Harry Reid was the majority leader, I think, before Schumer. And Schumer moved into the leadership all the way back in 2016. I think he's been in the Senate since the late 90s. So, here you go. A guy that's been there for a while, wanting to hold on to his cushy job, and that's why I think we don't have a government that's in operation today. We've got a lot to talk about here on the show today. A lot of stuff that we're gonna cover the base. This is the first Monday in October, which means that the Supremes will meet for the first time in their new session, and we'll look at what is on tap for the Supremes in this upcoming term. We'll talk about national security and the continuing war against the drug cartels and the efforts to secure our nation's cities, places like Chicago, Portland, Memphis, and others. We'll get into all of that. We'll talk quite a deal about the 7th District race. There are new developments in that if you're not aware. And we'll have, of course, one of the things that's a hallmark of any show that Brian Wilson hosts is moon news. We're going to have moon news. We got a harvest moon tonight. Big old full harvest moon. And it's not just your regular harvest moon. It's a harvest supermoon. How about that? And all of that will be part of what we're talking about here today. We've got a lot going on here on Super Talk 99.7. Coming up after the break, we'll get into the thing about SCOTUS. And then, if we have a little time at the end of the hour, what's going on with Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman? And now there's talk of that maybe Keith Urban was having a relationship with a member of his band. We'll check in on that and see what is being reported on that. It's all coming up straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. Joan Jones now with the news.
Good morning now, 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The shutdown continues today, and congressional leaders pointed the finger of blame at each other on the Sunday talk shows as the stalemate over how to reopen the government stretches into another week and no end in sight.
5 days into the government shutdown, the Trump administration's preparing to follow through on a threat to start mass layoffs and make permanent federal spending cuts in an attempt to pressure unwavering Democrats. Roughly 4 million federal workers could go without a paycheck during this shutdown. Trump has already frozen federal funds for projects in 16 states that voted blue in the last election.
ABC's Alex Prescia. In Chicago, police officers were reportedly told not to help ICE agents who had been surrounded by protesters. That order came from the chief of patrol, as seen on a computer dispatch message reviewed by Fox News. That dispatch told officers not to respond to a Saturday morning ramming incident on the southwest side of the city in which an armed woman was shot and agents' vehicles were boxed in. Chicago Police Department issued a statement disputing the claims. The National Fraternal Order of Police and the Illinois State FOP issued a joint statement that said, in part, when an officer calls for assistance, you answer, no matter what. The search has expanded along the Sulphur Fork Creek near the Springfield Greenway after more human remains were found. A child found a human skull in that area Saturday, and then additional human remains were uncovered on Sunday. The Greenway was closed and search teams returned to that area near the Robertson County Fairgrounds. They waded through the water with poles and probes. Investigators are not saying if additional human remains were found. And Kroger is recalling its basil pesto bow tie salad and smoked mozzarella penne pasta over concerns about listeria contamination. The products were sold in 24 states, including in Tennessee and Kentucky. That is the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still working to clean up the accident on 24 westbound this morning at exit 53 with the right exit lane blocked off there. And in Spring Hill, you've got a blockage on Duplex Road eastbound at Owl Hollow Road, blocked there due to a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. 37 minutes past the hour, 5 o'clock. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis today on Nashville's Morning News on the 6th day of October. That's right, we got a full moon tonight, 10:47. 10:47. A full-on supermoon, harvest supermoon. So there you go.
Does that mean extra special crazy tonight?
Well, I guess, they always say a lot, if you've ever covered what I used to call the cop shop, when I was a reporter, and they'd say, you're a police reporter, you're going down to the cop shop. That's what we used to call it. But anyway, when you cover the cop shop and you talk to cops, they will tell you crazy, and emergency crews will tell you crazy stuff happens in a full moon. They believe it. I mean, they absolutely believe it. Well, anyway, we got a lot to talk about. This story catches my attention. I think it will outrage you like it outrages me. From the Daily Mail, outrage after judge shows mercy for Justice Brett Kavanaugh's would-be assassin because he's now a trans woman. People have been left outraged after a judge admitted to taking Brett Kavanaugh's attempted assassin's identity as a trans woman into account during the sentencing. Sophie, formerly Nicholas Rosk, was sentenced to 8 years in prison for attempting to murder the Supreme Court justice. The Department of Justice had hoped that Rosk would face at least a 30-year sentence in prison. Judge Deborah Boardman said that Rosk's actions were reprehensible and that she considered several factors in the sentence, including that Rosk confessed to and cooperated with police. The 29-year-old pleaded guilty in April to attempting to kill Kavanaugh in 2022. Boardman said, I believe Ms. Rosk, that's the way she said it, understands that what she did was terribly wrong. I find her remorse sincere. Look, we have to have a pretty tough standard. You can't go around trying to intimidate or threaten Supreme Court justices and their families. Come on. But he's going to jail, but not for as long as the Department of Justice wanted. And this is the first Monday in October, which means that the Supreme Court begins its new term. And as always, when you do this, you find a bunch of these stories. 5 issues to watch as the Supreme Court kicks off his new term. Here's from thehill.com. Presidential powers, LGBTQ rights, and the role of race in elections are among a spate of high-profile issues before the Supreme Court as the justices take the bench Monday to begin a new term. The court is poised to review 39 argued cases so far, including President Trump's bid to keep his most significant economic initiative intact and a redistricting case that stands to upend a key provision of the Voting Rights Act. Decisions are expected, of course, by the summer. At the same time, the court's emergency docket continues to bloat with consequential requests that are expected to yield weighty rulings throughout the term. So let's look at some of the things that are going to be considered by the high court. Now, look, we've got a majority. We got a 6-3 majority in the high court. And most of the rulings have really been quite favorable toward Trump. There have been a few that haven't, but most have. And I expect that will probably continue. Trump docket. Just 9 months into his second presidency, a handful of Trump efforts to expand executive power have already reached the Supreme Court and are set to be scrutinized by the justices this term. In November, coming up next month, the justices will weigh Trump's use of emergency powers to justify global tariffs as he seeks to refashion global trade. I think he's going to win that one. I do. The president used the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, which lets the president issue certain economic sanctions in an emergency to counter unusual and extraordinary threats, to authorize the sweeping tariffs. The use of that emergency and whether that is legal is at the heart of the case now before the High Court. No president has invoked the statute to impose tariffs before Trump, but I think he's on good standing here. I think that the Supreme Court is going to continue to hand down rulings that strengthen the executive, which is great as long as we have the executive. High Court will also hear arguments over Trump's efforts to fire 2 independent agency leaders, FTC member Rebecca Slaughter and Federal Reserve Board of Governors member Lisa Cook. In the Slaughter case, the justices will examine Trump's contention that he can fire independent agency leaders at will. Well, somebody's got to be able to fire them. You can't have, people who are appointed who can't be touched. The only people who get that provision is the Supreme Court. Cook's firing was attributed to allegations of mortgage fraud, which she has denied. Her case presents distinct issues from Slaughter's, including what qualifies as a lawful cause for removal under the Federal Reserve Act and whether she received due process. So there you go. That's an argument set for December. LGBT, I can't get this right ever. LGBTQ plus issues. Supreme Court is set to wade back into LGBTQ issues this term after delivering blows to transgender rights advocates last term on the emergency docket. On Tuesday, the justices will hear arguments in a Colorado therapist challenge to a state law banning mental health care providers from using conversion therapy for minors, defined by the state as a practice or a treatment that attempts to change an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity. And then we get into the elections. As the 2026 elections creep closer, the Supreme Court is set to hear 3 major election law cases that stand to shake up future races. On Wednesday of this week, the High Court will consider reviving a lawsuit challenging Illinois' ability to count mail-in ballots after Election Day. That should never be allowed. We have an election day. Everybody knows what it is. You get your ballots in time to be counted, or you don't get counted. Sorry, it's pretty simple. And you, as a voter, are entirely capable of being aware of when these votes come. Because I'm telling you, when you start counting votes after Election Day, you're going to find there's a lot of foolishness going on. Death penalty. The court is set to consider how multiple IQ scores factor into whether a person is eligible for the death penalty. And Alabama's push to execute a man who says he's intellectually disabled. Joseph Clifton Smith, who was convicted of capital murder in '97 for the beating death of Dirk Van Dam, has taken 5 IQ tests, 4 of which place his IQ in the low to mid-70s. Not unlike Chuck Schumer. The Supreme Court also previously ruled that the Eighth Amendment's ban on cruel and unusual punishment extends to executing intellectually disabled offenders and children. A person whose IQ is 70 or lower is generally considered to be intellectually disabled, while lower courts said that Smith's IQ could fall below 70 because IQ tests have an error range. The state claims the 5 tests above 70 make that unlikely. And then some big culture war stuff. Justice will wade into the culture wars in a series of touching on abortion, religion, and racial discrimination. Wednesday, the High Court will hear arguments over whether the U.S. Postal Service can be held liable for failing to deliver mail to a black landlord who claims she was racially discriminated by her carriers. Later this term, Justice will mull whether a network of anti-abortion clinics can mount a First Amendment challenge in a federal court to a subpoena seeking donor records. Louisiana inmate can receive damages, that's one, from prison officials for forcibly shaving his deadlocks. He was a Rastafarian. And they made him shave his dreadlocks, and he has sued them. And the court will consider whether to revive a Christian evangelist lawsuit challenging a Missouri city ordinance which barred demonstrating outside of an amphitheater, and he was convicted of violating. Just a few of the things before the high court at 46 past the hour. Oh, okay, we'll keep going. New format. So there's that. I want to spend a few moments in the time that we have left. Hang on. Talking about this story that seems to have captivated official country music Nashville, and that is that the split between Keith Urban and Nicole Kidman. This now has become a bigger deal, and let's see what we got here. I got 2 or 3 stories that bring this whole story up to date. Nicole Kidman makes first public appearance since Keith Urban's divorce filing. She put on a brave face Saturday. The Oscar-winning actress was on hand to present Taylor Sheridan with the Award of Inspiration at the Amphar Dallas Gala. She's 58, rocked a long black gown for her first public appearance following the end of her 19-year marriage with Urban, age 57. So we all know about that. She was seen on Thursday ahead of this gig at the Giant Center in Hershey as part of the High and Alive tour. Urban was seen without his wedding band in the pictures. Days before Kidman filed for divorce, Maggie Baugh, this is the story. This is the story that everybody's talking about.
Of course it is.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think, I mean, I'm reporting this is, I'm reading to you from a Fox News story.
Mm-hmm.
I can't independently verify any of this, and I'm not sure they can either, but one way or the other, this is what Fox is reporting. Days before Kidman filed for divorce, Maggie Baugh, a 25-year-old country star who is currently on tour with Urban, plays guitar with Urban, and that's, by the way, pretty challenging because Keith Urban is a hell of a guitarist, really good. And with Urban and his band, she posted an eyebrow-raising video from a recent show that left fans questioning the nature of their relationship. So, apparently, Urban changed a lyric to include her name.
Oh, there you go.
On the stage.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, when they're trying to get you, Maggie, I'll be your guitar player. Urban sang on stage, replacing the original line, when they're trying to get you, baby, I'll be the fighter.
Oh, boy.
So it would suggest, I don't know, are we reading too much into that, Joan? I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean, if my husband said that on stage somewhere, I'd be pretty ticked off about it. And I think that I would be right to be ticked off about it.
There is this. Fox does say, and they quote People magazine. Is there still a People magazine or whatever?
It's just online.
Yeah, it's online.
Yeah.
Urban often ad-libs when performing the song live. For example, while singing The Fighter with Carrie Underwood, he interjected, Carrie Underwood, I'm going to be your fighter. So, I mean, he apparently does this on a regular basis.
Okay.
You know, if you're a person who performs, you go mind-numbingly just dead singing the same song over and over and over and over and over and over. You know, verbatim, just the way you. So they like to change it up. You ever noticed how when you go to a concert, how they sometimes perform the song a little differently than what they put on the record?
Yeah.
Because they like to change it up. I don't think that means a lot. I think that they're sort of. I mean, I don't know what's going on between those two crazy kids. It's sad, and I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened. Only 2 people really know what happened, and maybe a few more. Because there's lawyers involved now. but it seems to me not many people know the truth here, and there certainly is a lot of wild speculation about all this. So I don't know.
It's kind of sad. It's very sad.
And then, as long as we're talking about entertainment news, I saw this story, and this is the thing that we're all in broadcasting terrified of. Mm-hmm. AI actor Tilly Norwood is an innovation nobody asked for. And it's talk about how a Dutch company has developed an actor who is completely AI. She does not exist.
Right.
Except in a computer somewhere.
Have you seen any of the video of it?
It's unbelievable.
It's crazy.
It's uncanny.
You would never know that this person is not a person.
Yeah, it's not they're completely made up.
Yeah.
And you know, you could get that person to do with AI anything that you want it to do. But the bigger picture here is, you know, what happens when they start to replace, I don't know, radio talk show hosts?
Yeah. And newscasters.
Yep. You know, theoretically, think about this: evening news on like Channel 2, or Channel 17 or Channel 5. What you could have here is everybody goes ahead and puts the script into a teleprompter, into a computer.
Yep.
And you have a virtual news reader who reads the information. You don't even need an anchor on your local TV newscast. Now, I still think there's going to be a place for what we do, you know, analysis, because I don't know that AI can do that, but it is really quite something. It's going to be very interesting to see how this goes forward. But it also tells me, and the thing I'm terrified about in regard to this, you know, you're going to have a really difficult time in the days ahead to determine what is real, and what is AI.
For sure.
It's just getting that good. It really is. 52 past the hour.
And coming up, we'll take a look here. What's happening on the ground in Memphis today as that crackdown on crime continues. Coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
57 minutes past the hour, 5 o'clock. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on Nashville's Morning News. Hey, how's it going for you this morning? You ready to kick off another exciting week? You know, little rain out there. We do see a few very minor isolated storms, clouds this morning, dropping a little bit of rain, but not much. They say a 65% chance of rain, but if that's it, that ain't much. You know, when you say 65% chance of rain, it sounds like you're going to get some rain. But really, the truth of the matter is when you say 65%, it could be a passing shower over a small area. But there was rain. I don't know. I've never quite understood that, but apparently not much in the way of rain, and the weather looks pretty nice. This is, boy, it was brilliant over the weekend. I mean to tell you, it was nice this weekend. We had here in Watertown, we had our annual mile-long yard sale. That went pretty well, and it was just beautiful on Saturday, and then Sunday, good day to get out and, you know, do a little yard work and get things in order as we enter the fall. And this is the time of year you stay pretty busy with that kind of stuff. Gaza, very quickly. Gaza ceasefire talks will begin in Egypt, and Trump is urging that things move quickly to bring peace to the Middle East. Hamas, Israel, and the U.S., according to CNN, are set to start talks in Egypt today to work toward finalizing a deal based on U.S. President Donald Trump's Gaza ceasefire plan. Trump says he expects the negotiations to take a couple of days, and was told the first phase would be completed this week, and urged negotiators to move fast. And he earlier told CNN that Hamas faces obliteration if it refuses to cede power in Gaza. And at the same time, the president is calling on Israel to temporarily stop bombing the enclave, but that has not happened. There have been continued airstrikes by the Israelis into Gaza, and it is ongoing as we go forward here now. So we're going to hopefully get this thing moving. Reading Rubio's body language on this, he's the man doing a lot of the negotiating. Sounds like, the potential is really there, but there's a long way to go, and he certainly is downplaying expectations. It is now time at 6 o'clock for more news with Joan Jones.
Good morning. It is now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It has been just about a week since the National Guard was deployed in Memphis. Action News 5's Griffin Damaris says that the arrests are now stacking up.
On Saturday, Bondi said the task force arrested 74 people and seized 16 illegal guns. She said, quote, arrests include multiple gang members, including one wanted for murder, an illegal alien juvenile arrested with approximately 2 pounds of methamphetamines. And on Friday, Mayor Young said, quote, on the MPD front, there have been an additional 167 arrests this week. And when it comes to the timeline, Governor Bill Lee has made it fairly clear. This task force will be here for the foreseeable future.
Other news of the day, the Supreme Court begins its new term today. There are questions about executive power looming large. The justices will also hear a major case on voting rights.
The court will decide whether or not the use of race in drawing election maps is unconstitutional, even though the Voting Rights Act of 1965 says that map drawers need to take race into account. They cannot draw election maps that disproportionately silence voters of color. Is that whole regime unconstitutional? Some members of this conservative majority seem inclined to say it is.
That's ABC's Devin Dwyer reporting. A rescue operation underway on Mount Everest as hundreds of hikers were trapped by a rare October blizzard at more than 16,000 feet. Mount Everest is about 29,000 feet tall. Hundreds of rescuers headed up the mountain on Sunday. They were clearing paths so that trapped people could come down. That operation is still ongoing today. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures were higher overnight after a week of record-setting gains in the face of a government shutdown. The Dow on Friday rose 238 points to close at 46,758. The Nasdaq was off 0.25% at the end of the session. The S&P was flat. Gas prices could dip a bit with OPEC announcing a small increase in oil production. One part of the country that might not get the price break is the West, where a massive refinery fire in California is expected to cause a spike at the pump. Tariffs are taking aim at James Bond's favorite carmaker. Share prices fell as much as 10% overnight after British luxury carmaker Aston Martin issued a fresh profit warning, saying the global economy and U.S. tariffs will impact sales. And two of the most popular weight loss drugs will soon be available at Costco. Members with a prescription will be able to get a 4-week supply of Ozempic or Wegovy for $500, about half the list price for Ozempic. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
We've got stock futures on the plus side with the Dow futures up 100, NASDAQ futures gaining 173. The S&P futures are plus 28 points. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. It's 24 on the eastbound side right now in Pleasant View. That's very slow past the McMahon Hollow Road overpass. There's a crash on the shoulder of the road. Still blocked off in Spring Hill on Duplex Road eastbound at Owl Hollow Road by a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. It is Monday, October 6th, 6:06 a.m. Time to get up and get around, get started, get out the door, go out there and carpe the diem. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, and I'll be here all the way through 9 o'clock. Dan will be back tomorrow. I want to start by talking this hour about some of the things going on to try to, fight crime and or evil on the part of the Trump administration. So it's not going to be an easy fight. But, the president has made a case. I've said I'm going to go to places like Memphis. I'm going to places like Portland. I'm going to go to Chicago. And I'm going to do everything that I can to sort of crack down on crime using the National Guard on occasion. Here's this. This is just in from yesterday at 5 o'clock. Democrat California Governor Gavin Newsom announced Sunday he will sue the Trump administration because Trump deployed 300 California National Guard troops to Portland without the governor's consent. In a press release, Newsom called the deployment a breathtaking abuse of law and power. I'm not sure, but that's what he's going to say. And then at the same time, a federal judge on Saturday blocked a separate deployment of 200 Oregon National Guard troops to Portland. U.S. District Judge Karen Immergut, appointed by Trump, granted and local officials, state and local officials, a temporary restraining order against the authorization that came from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth's authorization to send those troops. So that's happening. So I got a couple of different stories here. Wall Street Journal. Judge blocks Trump from deploying to Oregon any National Guard under his command. Why? I think this will be overturned. A federal judge in Oregon temporarily blocked the deployment of any National Guard under the Trump administration's control inside Oregon in an emergency hearing Sunday night. Judge Karen Immergut said on Sunday that the Trump administration overstepped its authority and couldn't deploy Oregon's National Guard to Portland. She said the same reasoning held for Sunday's order, which came after the administration sent to Oregon 200 California National Guard troops that are under its command. So you got Gavin Newsom filing the lawsuit and this judge saying, I'll give you a temporary restraining order and we won't do it. Do you believe that this is the appropriate way to deal with my order? Immigrant asked the lawyer for the federal government, saying she saw the moves to send troops from California and Texas as a direct contravention of the order that the court issued yesterday. This temporary order will expire in 14 days. So it's a question. I think we're in a gray area right now because we've got this one order from a judge, and then you got this story from NewYorkPost.com. President Trump deploying 400 National Guard troops to Illinois, Oregon, and other states as swarms of anti-ICE protesters continue to clash with federal agents, Governor J.B. Pritzker said on Sunday night. The Illinois Democrat blasted Trump's invasion, what he called an invasion, hours after the president mobilized 300 California National Guard members to Portland, where unrest has raged for over 100 consecutive days outside an immigration detention center. Portland is a disaster. Portland is a mess. And really, honestly, we have got to do something in this country to crack down. If you want to protest, America allows you to protest. But if you go in and you try to disrupt a community, that's different than a protest. That's much different than a protest. So, how's this all going to get resolved? I don't know. Here is a story. National Police Union calls Chicago's refusal to help ICE agents shocking and a violation of duty. When police officers, I think, the rank and file police officers on the ground in places like Chicago and maybe even in Portland, in Memphis and elsewhere, they want to be able to enforce the law. They want to get rid of crime. That's their sworn duty. But when ICE agents got in trouble in Chicago, apparently there was an order sent down from on high to the Chicago Police Department saying, do not get involved. Even if you have police officers, ICE officers who are under attack. They turned their head and ignored it. The nation's largest police union condemned reports that Chicago officers were not told to help ICE agents surrounded by protesters, calling it a shocking and a violation of law enforcement duty to protect fellow officers in danger. The presidents of the National Fraternal Order of Police and the Illinois State Police, FOP, expressed shock at reports that the Chicago Chief of Patrol directed officers not to assist U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents as they were surrounded by protesters on Saturday. Details are still emerging, but it appears that officers from the Chicago Police Department were ordered not to assist a group of ICE agents while they were physically threatened by what appeared to be an angry mob. Let me be clear, said National FOP President Patrick Yose in a press release. Both the National FOP and Illinois FOP believe that when an officer calls for assistance, you answer no matter what. Yose and Illinois State FOP President Chris Southwood said the directive violated the most basic principle of law enforcement, officers helping other officers in danger. Why would you not want to support an officer that's under attack? Chicago doesn't want this, but Chicago's out of control. It is a dangerous place. There's no job that's more important than public safety. It's job one. You've got to be focused on public safety. It is the thing that government is most responsible for. Making sure that we can enjoy the blessings of liberty by operating in a lawful environment. So, this is wrong. First of all, you got Kevin Newsom looking to do anything he can do to get involved in this thing, and you got J.B. Pritzker talking about this kind of stuff. Here is J.B. Pritzker speaking to Jake Tapper about this confrontation that occurred between ICE agents that the Chicago police turned their head and ignored.
DHS says that CBP officers shot and wounded a woman in Chicago yesterday after, they say, she allegedly rammed a law enforcement vehicle, and agents were boxed in by multiple cars. The spokesperson for DHS, Tricia McLaughlin, accused Chicago police of leaving the scene and refusing to assist agents in securing the area. What do you know about this incident? Were federal agents boxed in and assaulted?
Well, we don't have a lot of facts. What happens in these sorts of incidents is typically ICE puts out a press release before anybody else can speak with the press, and then it gets reported on social media and elsewhere. Remember, these are the same folks who killed a person, unarmed person, just a couple of weeks ago in Franklin Park. At first, they said that the officer had been threatened with his life. The reality of it and the truth of it has now come out, and that wasn't the case. They killed somebody. So here, it's really hard to know exactly what the facts are, and they won't let us access the facts. They are just putting out their propaganda, and then we've got to later determine what actually happened.
I'll tell you what's not propaganda, Governor Pritzker. It's the chaos that exists in Chicago. That's the problem. That's the problem that's trying to be sought here and solved here by a what do you want to say? The word, the deployment of the National Guard to the Chicago area. We need that. We need that. Police department was ordered not to assist a group of ICE agents while they were physically threatened by what appeared to be an angry mob. Meanwhile, what's going on in some of these crackdowns? Have they made the city safer? And now remember, in Washington, D.C., they did not fight Trump's efforts to fight crime. In Memphis, we did not fight. In fact, we supported the idea. The governor was on board. Everybody was on board. So how is it doing? It's having a real impact. You want to talk about making a community safer and having crime go down? Get bad people and people, how I feel about the Second Amendment, but people who should not be having guns to make sure they don't have guns. If you're legally, if you're a legal resident and you don't have, any violations of law, I want you to be able to carry a weapon if that's what you want to do. But we ought to take them away from the bad guys. AG Bondi, Attorney General Pam Bondi, unveils new crime-fighting statistics for D.C. and Memphis. So how effective has it been? We are making America safer, she says. In Washington, D.C., our law enforcement partners have made 3,837 arrests to date and seized 361 illegal guns. In Memphis, right around the corner here, there have been 273 arrests made in just under a week, and 73 illegal guns are seized. That's pretty amazing. Now, in D.C., if you take 3,800 and change criminals off the street, and you get 361 illegal guns off the street, that's the kind of action that can have a real impact on a community in a positive way. In Memphis, 273 arrests have been made in just 1 week. 73 illegal guns have been seized. That has an impact. And just the presence of law enforcement keeps crime at bay. Look, I don't want to live in a police state. I don't think anybody does, but things had spiraled out of control. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that local prosecutors did not want to prosecute people and take them off the streets. But these are federal actions. These are federal arrests. And they can go around that and circumvent that in some particular cases. 18 past the hour. Let's check traffic real quick. A little late.
Okay, out in the Bellshire area, we've got a crash on I-24 eastbound before Bradley Parkway, exit 43 with the left lane blocked. Stop and go traffic from Old Edgar Boulevard north at exit 40. Out in Pleasant View, there's a crash on the shoulder, I-24 eastbound past the McMahon Hollow Road overpass. And out in Spring Hill Road, Duplex Road eastbound at Owl Hollow Road is still blocked due to a crash. I'm Sam Rutherford.
All right, 18 minutes now past the hour, looking for a high today in the low 80s. There are a couple of minor showers that are rumbling around, but not much. And looks like we got a nice day on tap. Full moon tonight at 10:47. It is a harvest moon. It ought to be really spectacular. I'm very excited about the harvest moon. Can you tell I talk about it too much? Bongino has confirmed that the FBI has taken down another element of the Venezuelan narco-terrorist organization. The FBI said that 2 men were indicted in Florida on September 25th in an alleged money laundering scheme linked to the children of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. Trump is going after Maduro. The charges follows a years-long investigation launched by the Miami FBI field office in 2019. That's how long this has been working. Well, hold on a minute. Why, if you were working on this investigation, why did the Biden administration, way back, take advantage of this situation and go after these people? Wasn't their priority list. Again, we're having a tremendous impact on the amount of drugs that are making their way into this country. It is a positive thing for law enforcement. We're getting rid of the narco-terrorist organization. We're taking out their boats. Now we're taking down their money laundering operation. We're going after them with everything we had. Why did we wait? If this has been going on since 2019, this investigation, why did they wait? Why did the Justice Department under Biden decide not to go forward? According to the Bureau, agents opened the probe after indications that Eric Komarzik had established U.S. bank accounts for Maduro's children and U.S.-based associates. The bank's filings, known as suspicious activity reports, showed wire transfers to Komarzik from individuals and businesses in Venezuela. In a 2022 undercover operation, agents posed as intermediaries and were told that Komarzik and associate Erasmar Carbajal would move $100,000 the FBI represented as sanctioned funds tied to members of Venezuela's government. Well, the corruption in that part of the world is just legendary. It truly is. It really is. So we're going after their money laundering operation. We're dismantling that. No, I have a hard time understanding why. And we are taking out their narco-terrorist boats as they come into a country. I think yesterday, Trump suggested that there may have been another strike against one of those narco-terrorist boats. And there was one that was announced on Saturday by Hegseth. So there we have that. Here's what Trump said. In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists the hell out of the water. We did another one last night. Now we can't find any. They're losing product. They're losing people. They're losing boats. So they quit doing it. This is the one thing I know about the drug cartels. They're innovative. I mean, they're not dumb. And so if you take out their boats, they'll do something else. They'll find another way. So I think that's pretty interesting.
DHS says...
Excuse me. Here's what we got. In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists the hell out of the water. We did another one last night. Now we can't find them. They are not coming in by sea anymore. So we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. I love it. I love it. We're putting pressure on these people. Why has that been so long in coming? I mean, we talk about what goes on there, and the narco terrorists and the cartels, they're enemy combatants. They are a national security threat. We have every right to do this and to protect our country. If Mexico won't fix it, if Venezuela won't fix it, then let's do what we do in other parts of the world. Take out people who want to do this country harm, and certainly you could say the cartels qualify. 23 past the hour.
Coming up, we'll take a look at that meeting that's happening today that could lead to a peace deal in Gaza. And voters are heading to the polls tomorrow. It's the special primary election taking place for Tennessee's 7th congressional district. We've got that and more at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Delegations from Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. are all convening in Egypt today for what's described as indirect talks. ABC News national security defense analyst Mick Mulroy says a lot is riding on these talks.
This is, I think, the last best chance of a ceasefire and a potential long-term peace. If this falls apart, then we're going down the wrong route, which would be a continuation of this horrible war.
Israel has reduced combat operations in Gaza, but it has not fully halted those operations. Tennessee voters heading to the polls tomorrow to decide who will run to fill the 7th congressional district seat vacated by Mark Green. The special primary election is tomorrow, and the special election is December 2nd. So if you need information about tomorrow's election, including which Republicans, Democrats, and independents are running, you can check out the link on my X account. Find me there at Joan Jones WTN. Hundreds of Texas National Guard troops may soon head to Illinois as President Trump creates workarounds to unfriendly federal judges.
A federal judge overnight temporarily blocked the deployment of any National Guard units to Oregon. Now the Trump administration is considering sending 400 troops from Texas to Illinois to stand watch over immigration and customs enforcement activities. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker calls it, quote, Trump's invasion. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he supports the move.
ABC's Jim Ryan there. And some artificial intelligence news for you. OpenAI and the chipmaker AMD have just announced they formed a multi-billion-dollar partnership for AI data centers that'll run on AMD processors. Now, OpenAI is the one that makes ChatGPT. And OpenAI said it plans to use the AMD chips to help chatbots to respond to user queries. It's one of the biggest challenges to date. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, Belshire on 24, the eastbound lanes before Briley Parkway North. That's exit 43. The left lane is blocked off, and that's because of a crash there. It's stop and go around it. Spring Hill, Duplex Road eastbound, still blocked by a crash at Owl Hollow Road. And right at the downtown split, 40 westbound at I-24 downtown, exit 211. Watch for another accident scene there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis. Glad that you're with us here on this Monday, October 6th. The first Monday in October means the Supreme Court returns to begin its new term. That's going on today. A lot of stuff happening. I thought I'd spend some time talking about local stories, and perhaps no bigger local story than the Tennessee Titans. Now, hold on a minute. I'm watching the Titans yesterday. I get all the way to the third quarter, and they're stinking up the place. They're in Arizona playing the Cardinals. And it's just not going well. And I turned to Cabana Wife there, and I said, I can't watch any more of this. This is just too sad. They haven't won in 10 games. They started the season 0-4. So they're up against the Cardinals, which are not all that. They're now, I think, 3-2. But at the end of the third quarter, the Titans trailed the Arizona Cardinals by 21-6. Looked like they were headed for 0-5. But something happened. Ward started completing a lot of passes. He completed 13 of 18 passes for 193 yards. But perhaps the thing that helped him out more than anything was Emari Demercado, who's a player for the Cardinals. He's running after a 72-yard play to the end zone. He's got the ball in his hand. It's a done deal. He's going to get across the goal line. It's going to be a touchdown. And he dropped the ball before he crossed the plane of the goal line. So, this is the thing. I mean, I do not have a great deal of patience for all of the showboating that goes on in the NFL. My feeling is you're paid millions of dollars to do your job. Go do your job. It's not all about you. Showboating to me really takes away from the whole team concept. It's not about individuals. It's about a team. And so this guy, in his desire to begin his end zone celebration, dropped the ball before he got across the goal line. That was the thing that changed the game. Instead of giving the Cardinals a 28-6 lead, it ruled a fumble out of the back end of the end zone for a touchback. Tennessee took advantage, driving 80 yards for its first touchdown in 8 quarters. Calvin Ridley caught a pass for 47 yards during the scoring drive. They came alive in the fourth quarter after being down the entire game. Looked like, they grabbed a victory from the jaws of defeat. It really was that, and really quite a amazing thing. More on this dropped ball. Emari Demercado's boneheaded blunder cost the Cardinals touchdown and the game. When I saw this morning, I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely certain that the game was over in the third quarter.
Next Gen Stats had them, Brian, with a 1.8% chance to win the game in the third quarter.
Yeah. Well, after losing the previous 10 games, you could understand that. I don't know. the refs ruled the whole thing. Anyway, the dropped ball gave them the opportunity to turn things around, and they took advantage of it. Is this a turning point for the Titans? I hope so. Man, I hope so. They've been through a rough spate, and I mean, I think starting the season this far behind, I don't know how you make your way to the Super Bowl, but who knows? You got to put up together a big string of wins, and that doesn't seem likely. I mean, the Arizona Cardinals are not all that in a bag of chips.
So they're facing Las Vegas next week. What do you think about that?
I don't know enough about Las Vegas, but I have a feeling as sort of one of the newer teams that they haven't yet found their stride yet. It seems to me that takes a few years for a startup, team to sort of find their way. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull it together. But I mean, when you start, we're 1-4. That's not great.
We're just grateful for a win.
Yeah. A lot of money being spent on a new stadium. Let's get a winning team before that thing gets built, huh?
Yeah.
This other story, Joan, blows my mind about the skydiver. Oh my goodness.
Isn't this so sad?
This is a tragic thing.
Yeah.
So you got a guy by the name of Justin Fuller, who's a skydiving instructor, and he's got a 46-year-old guy strapped to him in tandem.
Yep.
That's the way you do it. When you take your first few jumps, you got to have somebody sort of, attached to your back, and make sure that you land safely. Get a few under your belt. But apparently, he climbs out. They climb out on the wing to make their jump, and he got disconnected and fell to his death from the aircraft. The instructor did. Now the skydiving student had an emergency chute which was able to be deployed, and he landed in a tree, and he was recovered, and everything's fine with that guy. But the other guy fell to his death.
It's just the saddest thing.
Yeah.
And knowing that after he separated from his student, knowing all the way down what's to come.
They always say that you probably would die of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Before you actually hit the ground.
That would be the hope, I guess.
Wow. That's I don't know how that all works, but it's a sad deal. So Fuller and a 46-year-old skydiving student got stuck on the side of the plane in a tandem rig, and Fuller then became separated from the student and fell from the sky without a parachute. So you're probably talking 15,000 feet.
Yeah. So it's not a quick trip down.
No.
I mean, he had some time to think about, I just can't even think about it. It's
Terminal
horrible.
velocity. Well, at some point when you're falling without anything to slow you down, you reach a thing called terminal velocity. Hang on, let me just look this up. I can't remember what the deal is. Terminal velocity is the maximum speed attainable by an object as it falls through a fluid air. At what speed is terminal velocity? Terminal velocity isn't a fixed single speed. It varies depending on the object's shape and size and the density of the air. But for a human in a standard belly-to-earth skydive position, it is approximately 120 miles an hour. However, by changing body position to a streamlined head-down stance, in other words, if you become more aerodynamic as you fall, you can increase your speed to around 200 miles an hour. And the things that impact it, of course, are air drag, the size of the object falling, the object's weight, the air density, all of those things. But you're talking somewhere between 120 and 200,000 miles an hour.
Have you ever done skydiving?
Until today, it was one of those things that I really hoped that I would be able to do sometime. I mean, it's on my bucket list.
Yeah.
I've done everything on my bucket list that I wanted to do. The last one I checked off was a trip where I flew with the Thunderbirds. That was about the coolest thing ever.
Nice.
And I did that some time ago. And I mean, the only one that's left is, jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. But I did read something here that I thought was really interesting. Hang on a second. Here it is. Second story. I turned the page. This is interesting. The people who, the Association for Skydivers, USPA,
Yes.
says only about 9 out of 3.88 million reported skydives result in civilian deaths. That's a really small number. 9 out of 3.8 million.
9 is more than 0.
Yeah, it
And
is.
that's how I would think about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that I'll do it. I mean, first of all, I didn't want to jump tandem.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm going to do it, I want to do it. You know, but apparently you can't do it that way.
Would Cabana wife would she have a problem with this?
I don't know.
And is your insurance paid up?
It is paid up.
Okay.
I worry more. The thing I would worry more would be like an ankle.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
yeah.
You know, even if everything goes well, you could hit the ground and twist an ankle or something like that. But you know what? It is the one thing I'm going to have to reassess. But what a tragic thing.
It really is.
And, you know, and really the horror of it is, what was this guy thinking on the way down?
I know.
Man, that's just horrible. All right, let's see what else. In other news, here we go. 7th Congressional District race. I got a couple of stories on this that I think are interesting. If you've watched any TV or if you listen to this radio station, you know the most hotly contested race right now is the Tennessee 7th Congressional District, and a new development there. Thomas, I'm sorry. I got it right here. There's so many people. Matt Van Epps was endorsed by Trump, and he's also been endorsed by Bill Lee and retiring Congressman Mark Green and House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan. Van Epps is that now has, I would say, the leg up. And it's interesting. I noticed this morning on our radio station, the attacks against Van Epps have been upped by the other candidates. I mean, I had the wonderful opportunity to sit down with a bunch of these people and moderate a debate in Williamson County. Not everybody was there, but I walked away relatively impressed with Van Epps. Now, I don't get into endorsing people during primaries, but I liked him. I thought he was pretty solid. Liked his performance at that debate. And I talked to other people who felt sort of the same way. One way or the other, Trump has endorsed him. Governor Bill Lee and other notable Republicans have endorsed him. We got another guy who has bowed out. Hang on. Nashville businessman Stuart Cooper has suspended his campaign and is throwing his support behind U.S. Army veteran and former Lee administration official Matt Van Epps. After serious thought and contemplation, I'm withdrawing my candidacy for United States Congress, requesting that all who would have voted for me would instead vote for Matt Van Epps. And his announcement of suspending his campaign came after Donald Trump made that endorsement. An endorsement carries a lot of weight in the Republican primary. I, however, got to tell you, the one thing that I saw that concerns me a little bit was, how many people have voted in the early voting. And yeah, there are more Republicans, as you might imagine, who have voted over Democrats, but not by that much. Certainly not by that much. Now, the thing about it, Republicans, is they tend to vote on Election Day and not early. They've always been that way. But I got to tell you, there's only a couple of thousand votes between the two, and the way it is shaping up right now between Democrat voters and Republican voters. Now, Axios has more on this. They say that not only has Cooper stepped aside, so has another candidate. I'm pulling it up. Lee Reeves. Trump's endorsement created a cascading effect after his announcement. District 7 Republican candidate Lee Reeves announced that he would suspend his campaign. It's too late to get his name off the ballot, but he asked his supporters to vote for Van Epps. State Senator Jack Johnson, who I saw this weekend at the Watertown yard sale, saw him briefly. Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs also announced their backing of Van Epps. Mark Green has backed him, as I said. So there you go. It'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. But honestly, if, I was talking to people who follow Tennessee politics pretty closely, and they said the one thing that could change, could be a real game changer, is a Trump endorsement. And of course, that goes without saying. So Van Epps is Trump's choice. We'll see what happens as we continue that that particular race, which should be very interesting to watch. Remember, it's the Republican primary that more than likely chooses who wins. Now, that may not be the case, but it certainly looks that way. It generally is the way it works. 50 minutes now past the hour.
And up ahead, that skydiving instructor who has died, and we'll tell you why he had no parachute. Also, a federal judge appointed by President Trump is dishing out rulings against the president. Those stories and more at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's 56 minutes past the hour. Joan Jones, I just got a text from the wife, and I think she included you on it.
Yeah.
So she says she wants to take she wants to do the tandem jump as well.
You guys are very brave. Very, very brave.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We'll see. You know, we are actually heading out on a very interesting trip. Leaving after the show here today, filling in for Dan until 9, and then I'm taking off. I got to drive all the way to New Mexico and Colorado. It is the 5th anniversary. That's right. Cabana wife and I have been married almost 5 years.
Nice.
So we're going to go to Albuquerque for the balloon festival.
Oh, I love it. Wait, you're going to go in a balloon?
Well, maybe. We'll see.
Nice.
I haven't worked that out just yet, but we'll see. We'd be open to it. And then we're going to have, I don't know if you've ever been to Albuquerque.
It's actually a stop that I absolutely want to go to.
Well, New Mexico, the land of enchantment, it's pretty cool. It's a nice place to visit. I wouldn't want to live there.
Mm-hmm.
Albuquerque actually has a town with a lot of crime, believe it or not.
Yes.
But one way or the other, there's a tram that runs from the ground all the way to the peak that's just outside of Albuquerque called Sandia Peak. And so we're going to go up there, and they do 2 launches. They do a morning launch, and they do an afternoon launch, late afternoon into the early evening. And so it's great to watch. We're going to go up to the top of Sandia Peak. There's a restaurant up there. We're going to have dinner and watch the balloons from there.
Love it. That sounds
cool?
romantic.
Now, by the way, it is. I looked it up because I wanted to know. I need to know this kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
What anniversary is the 5th anniversary? Turns out it's wood.
Wood.
The 5th anniversary is the wood anniversry.
So, what are you
I'm thinking guitars.
Doing? Oh, okay. That's perfect. That's perfect for you.
So, Cabana wife wants to buy me a guitar for my wood anniversary. That'd be okay.
What would you like to get for Cabana wife that's made of wood for her?
I don't know. I mean, I think what I'm going to do is build her a fire pit. We took down a tree here at Wilson Manor, and we're going to put a fire pit out in the backyard in what we call Grogu's Garden. And I got some Adirondack chairs. Those are not wood technically. They're made out of that Trex material.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sort of like wood-like.
You can get the Amish built ones that are.
Yeah, that's actually what I got. I got them at the mile-long yard sale. There was an Amish guy selling them, so I went and got them.
Nice, I love it.
They're beautiful. They're just great. But yeah, so wood. I don't know, but a guitar, Fender guitar, maybe something of the Gibson.
Okay.
Gibson brand would be fine.
How romantic.
Yeah.
That whole guitar thing.
Yeah, I don't. That would be. I would consider it quite romantic. I don't know how she would feel about it.
Yeah.
All right, it is 59 minutes past the hour. Time for the news at 7 o'clock.
Good morning. It's now 7 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And that skydiving instructor who died over the weekend in a terrible accident has been identified. He is 35-year-old Justin Fuller of Murfreesboro.
He died from falling from a plane without a parachute. Now, this happened on Saturday. Investigators say that his 46-year-old student got stuck on the side of the aircraft in a tandem rig before separating mid-air. The student's emergency parachute did deploy, leaving him lodged in a tree.
That's Channel 4's Joylyn Bukovac, and that student was later found and rescued. The NTSB is investigating the accident. Another federal judge is blocking President Trump from carrying out his effort to stop violent crime in Portland, Oregon.
The Trump-appointed federal judge who on Saturday said Oregon's National Guard was barred from being deployed by President Trump because his allegations of chaos in Portland and it being war-ravaged were, quote, simply untethered from the facts, end quote, was clearly frustrated as she held an emergency hearing on Sunday night. It came after the Trump administration tried to send into Portland National Guard troops from California and Texas instead. The judge accusing the Trump administration of trying to circumvent her order after she said no Oregon National Guard troops could deploy to Portland. The judge now blocking President Trump from sending National Guard troops from any state to Oregon. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Just one day before the second anniversary of the attack that ignited the war in Gaza, delegations from Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. are convening in Egypt today for indirect talks.
President Trump appearing optimistic ahead of today's talks, but he warned Hamas that it will face complete obliteration if it refuses to give up control of Gaza.
It's a great deal for Israel. It's a great deal for the entire Arab world, Muslim world, and world.
As part of a U.S. brokered peace proposal, in addition to releasing hostages, Hamas agreeing to hand over the administration of the Gaza Strip to a Palestinian body with support from Arab nations. In return, Israel would withdraw its military from Gaza completely and release Palestinian prisoners.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is looking into an officer-involved shooting that happened this weekend in Alexandria, in DeKalb County.
The sheriff's office there is saying that two officers were trying to serve an arrest warrant Saturday night, and that's when they say 48-year-old Gary Ashford took out a weapon and then came at deputies. The deputies shot him, and Ashford died at that scene.
That's Channel 4's Alexandria Adams. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got the futures this morning all in green. The Dow futures are up 100 points, NASDAQ futures gaining 185. Looks good on the S&P futures as well. They're plus 23. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in Jolton on Clarksville Pike at Jackson Felts Road, there is a crash reported in that area this morning. 24 of the eastbound lanes before Briley Parkway North. This is in Bellshire. You've got an accident there right at exit 43, and the right lane is blocked off because of it. Antioch, crash involving injuries at Mount View Road and Bell Forge Parkway. And in Spring Hill, still blocked off on Duplex Road eastbound at Owl Hollow Road because of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, everybody. It's 6 minutes past the hour. It's 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis, who's up and around this morning. I just heard from him. He's you'd think on a day when he's not working, he'd sleep in. But I guess he's not. He's up. But he'll be with you tomorrow. And I'm going to be taking off right after this to go on vacation. Vacation. I used to do this all the time when I worked at the TV station in Washington, D.C., Channel 5. Whenever it would be time for me to do my vacation, to begin my vacation, I would do the vacation dance in the newsroom. I'm going on vacation. I'm going on vacation. It was a big hit. All right. We got to talk about the government because, the government is still on vacation, that's for sure. Republicans are rallying behind Speaker Mike Johnson's move to cancel House votes this week, tightening their strategy in the government shutdown fight as they press Senate Democrats to accept a temporary funding bill without policy add-ons. In other words, the government is still closed down. Have you missed it? I haven't missed it at all. I haven't even thought about it. I mean, it really has had zero impact on my life. I mean, I was going to do a camping stop in a national park. I had to rethink that because the national parks are closed, but that's it. Wasn't a big deal. I solved that problem in about 2 minutes. So, I don't know how it's going for you, but I don't really notice any real impact. If you're a federal worker, I know this must be a little concerning. How long is this going to go? The unknown is something that we don't like generally in life. If you're in the military, you've got until the 15th before the checks are due there. Checks could still come if they resolve between now and the 15th. But right now, that seems to be where we're headed next. When that will be the next, I think, inflection point. And I think that both sides are completely happy to let this thing rock along for a while. Okay, knock yourself out. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson on the Sunday Talks.
You mentioned the real-world impact. Federal workers, including our military, would miss their first paychecks October 15th or 16th. How long should workers plan to be without that income?
Well, the only person who can answer that question is your next guest, and that's Chuck Schumer, because the House did its job. The reason that House Republicans are home working in their districts, and I suspect House Democrats should be as well, is because we did that. We passed a bipartisan, very clean, continuing resolution a couple of weeks back now and sent it to the Senate. It's very important to note what was in that. It was only 24 pages in length, Margaret. It was a good faith effort to keep the government open for 7 more weeks so that Republicans and Democrats, in a bipartisan fashion, could work together to fund the government with the appropriations process. Chuck Schumer always voted for those in the past. In fact, he did it 13 times during the 4 years of the Biden administration. But now suddenly he's commanding his Democrats in the Senate not to do it, and there's one simple reason why. They need political cover from the far left corner of the base. He's afraid, Chuck Schumer individually, ask him about it, he's afraid he's going to get a challenge from the Marxist left in his party because that's the new wave in New York. That's what this is about. Chuck Schumer is trying to show a fight against the president and Republicans, and real Americans are being harmed in the process of this political game.
You got Mike Johnson there. Is there anybody out there who's better on camera than Mike Johnson? I mean, he's so good at laying out in a reasonable way why they're doing what they're doing. I liked it. I liked it a lot. Now, it is true. House members are not in. The House is not in session. That would normally, the House would be in session right now, but they've taken some time off, and because they're waiting on the Senate to take its action. The House has done its job, and the Speaker is correct about that. John Thune is the Republican majority leader of the Senate. Here's what he had to say on the Sunday Talks.
The Wall Street Journal writes it today about a breakdown in trust. Has Chuck Schumer lost the trust of colleagues?
I can't speak for their side. I don't understand their side, and I certainly don't understand this strategy. I've never seen something that seems like such a losing proposition, a losing hand, where you take hostage something you actually like, which is the federal government. This is what the Democrats have done. And but I think that they're having some very robust conversations on their side. I just hope there are enough reasonable Democrats out there who see this for what it is and realize that the only way to get back on track here is to vote to reopen the government, and then we can go to work on all these issues that they want to talk about. Like I said, it's not complicated, and they have to make that decision. It's up to them.
Yeah, it is really up to them, and you know what? It is a line that is drawn in the sand by Chuck Schumer for one reason and one reason only. He is, being challenged and could potentially be challenged by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. He's got to deal with the socialist wing of the Democrat Party, which is growing. I mean, witness the elections that are about to take place in New York City for mayor. Where are we? What in the world are we coming to when socialists and communists are being elected for major jobs around this country? So it'll be interesting to watch all that, to see how it all plays out. But I got to tell you, I think the Republicans have done everything that they should do. I mean, it would have been perfect if they could have gone through the regular process and had all of their spending bills approved and done this through regular order, which they haven't done in about 50 years. I don't know when the last time we had a budget that was done the way a budget is supposed to be done. But one way or the other, given the fact that, all you had to do was sign off on this and continue like they have before, and the only reason that Chuck Schumer is not doing this is because he really is concerned about the radical left wing of the Democrat Party. Here's Schumer on Meet the Press.
But do you hear any kind of opening here for a negotiation whatsoever?
Well, right now, not. Look, Johnson's not serious about this. He sent all his congressmen home last week and home this week. How are you going to negotiate?
Well, hold on. It doesn't matter at all. Johnson can come back in for negotiations. There's no more voting that needs to take place in the House of Representatives. And if they can get them back in one day. Everybody can get back in one day. They can do it through unanimous consent. There are a lot of ways they could solve that. So, I don't buy that one at all.
Because in the Senate, with you and Leader Thune.
Well, you actually need Johnson if you're going to negotiate any agreement.
Have you ever heard of a Zoom call?
You need Johnson, Thune, Trump, Schumer, and Jeffries. And the reason he sent them home is because he's more interested in protecting the Epstein files than protecting the American people from the health care crisis.
That's a cheap shot, and not at all. I mean, he's just trying to muddy the water at this point.
We've been trying for months and months to sit down with them and have a serious conversation addressing America's health care needs. And they've refused and refused and refused. And just on your show and on other shows, when they ask him, well, will you do it in January? He says it's starting in January. He says, no, we'll have a conversation. Well, you know what? Later means never. And we've tried 45 days and 45 days and 45 days from March on. We asked them to vote on it 3 times. The Republicans in the Senate, they voted no 3 times.
That was a permanent extension.
So we need to solve this crisis.
The bill that I think you're referring to is Senator Shaheen. It was a permanent extension. It wasn't the, compromise that some Republicans have proposed.
Margaret, Johnson has not committed to any extension, and he won't until the American people force him to. And it doesn't, and by the way, the crisis doesn't start in January. 2 days ago, starting October 1st, millions of Americans are getting notices that their health care premiums are dramatically increasing. If you're a 55-year-old couple and you make $80,000, you know how much your premiums will go up if we don't extend it? It'll go up something like $25,000. The average American will pay $900 more. How do Americans who are struggling, sitting at the table Friday night figuring out how to pay the bills, how the heck can they get such an increase?
Well, see, I think that's the thing that's going to actually drive the Democrats back to the table, and that's going to force them to blink. They don't want that to happen because they'll be held responsible for that. It is the Schumer shutdown. And unless he's willing to to make some changes and to get on board and start doing that, it's going to fall against the Democrats in a huge way. Now, we'll see. I don't know how this is going to play out in the state of Virginia, where they got a big governor's race going on right now. Numbers don't look real good for the Republicans. Actually, it seems to be working in the favor of the Republican candidate running for the New Jersey governorship. That's working well. I mean, his numbers are looking pretty good. And wouldn't that be something to turn New Jersey red?
It would be amazing.
It would be truly amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's close. Most of the polling data, take it for what it's worth, shows with Democrats with a slight lead, but it's so close that you can't really, within the margin of error for sure.
President Trump has not endorsed Winsome Sears.
I don't know.
He has not. So I wonder what the holdup is there. She's a terrific candidate.
That's a great question.
Virginia, yeah.
I don't have the answer. I can tell you that the endorsement. Oh, Matt Van Epps, who got the endorsement for the 7th congressional district race from Trump and the governor and a whole bunch of other people, including Mark Green, the guy who he would be replacing if he were to win, got the nomination. There's a ton of people running, but a bunch of the minor candidates who didn't seem to really catch fire have bowed out and have endorsed Matt Van Epps. Matt Van Epps is now being attacked by some of the other leading candidates in that thing. But I think Matt Van Epps is the guy to beat right now in that particular race. And he'll be on Matt Murphy's show this afternoon at 4, I'm told.
Nice.
So you might want to listen in and find out more about that. Oh, I got to talking too long. It's time to take a break and look at what's going on with traffic. All right, looking for a high today in the low 80s. I see, sort of overcast skies. We're supposed to have some rain. I think that the rain that came through this morning, it wasn't much, is what we're talking about. I think it's going to be, as the day progresses, a pretty nice day. Shutdowns. I mean, just how long is this thing going to go is the question. How long is this government shutdown battle? I know we get weary of it. We, tired of, why are we going through this again? Yes, we're going through it again. How long will it go? Well, my experience is if they don't resolve it in a day or so, you're probably going to be a while. Maybe knocking up against the door of October 15th. Here we go. From Politico. Shutdown threatens to drag on for days as positions harden. Some are eyeing October 15th, when active duty military members could miss a paycheck, as the next deadline for action. So this is the 6th. That's 9 more days before we get down to that. Look, somebody's got to blink. It seems to me that this is going against the Democrats. I don't know. It's not impacting most people's lives, but the irritation of it all will eventually mount, and somebody's got to blink. And I don't see the Republicans blinking on this, because we are not going to provide money to illegal aliens for health care. We're simply not. It's not going to happen. So somebody's got to blink. I think it's going to be the Democrats, but it may be potentially another 9 days. From Newsmax, Republicans are rallying behind House Speaker Mike Johnson's move to cancel House votes next week, tightening their strategy in the government shutdown fight as they press Senate Democrats to accept a temporary funding bill without policy add-ons. House GOP leaders urged unity at a Saturday morning call with members, signaling that the decision to scrub votes is meant to maximize pressure on Senate Democrats. The House-passed bill would extend government funding for 7 weeks, a measure that Republicans describe as being a clean continuing resolution, a clean CR. Leaders said members would be given 48 hours notice if a compromise in the Senate requires the House to reconvene. So, there you have it. Schumer's all, worried about the House of Representatives, and you have a promise made to Republicans by their leadership that if we need to bring you back, you'll get 48 hours notice. Shutdown's poised to continue into this week after Senate Democrats rejected for the fourth time the GOP-backed continuing resolution. Look, the government, quite frankly, most of the government is operating. It will have an impact over time. The matter does need to be resolved. I'm not feeling any urgency about it. I think most Americans are not at the moment feeling any urgency about it. And as the pressure builds, to me, I think as it's been identified very clearly as the Schumer shutdown, and it will have an impact on him and Democrats more than Republicans. So why continue to keep this thing rocking along? It's a continuing resolution. You pass it, you move on, you try to get something permanent. But, it's all in the Senate right now. You need 60 votes. 21 minutes now past the hour.
And coming up in the news, mass layoffs are coming if you listen to President Trump. And did Chicago police issue a stand-down order refusing to help ICE agents? Those stories and more coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning now, 7:27, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Tough coming in this morning from the north side, from the Jolton area this morning. Lots of accidents, eastbound 24, one at New Hope Road, and then again another one at Whites Creek Pike. A crash reported in that area. Then in Bellshire, you've got 24 eastbound before Briley Parkway. The right shoulder blocked off there, and that's because of a vehicle off the road and into the trees. A lot of folks slowing down to take a look at it this morning. So you'll need some extra time coming in on eastbound 24. Congressional leaders pointed the finger of blame at each other on the Sunday talk shows as the stalemate over how to reopen the government is now stretching into another week and no end in sight.
5 days into the government shutdown, the Trump administration's preparing to follow through on a threat to start mass layoffs and make permanent federal spending cuts in an attempt to pressure unwavering Democrats. Roughly 4 million federal workers could go without a paycheck during this shutdown. Trump has already frozen federal funds for projects in 16 states that voted blue in the last election.
That's ABC's Alex Prescia. In Chicago, police officers were reportedly told not to help ICE agents who had been surrounded by protesters. That order came from the chief of patrol, as seen on a computer dispatch message reviewed by Fox News. That dispatch told officers not to respond to a Saturday morning ramming incident on the southwest side of the city in which an armed woman was shot and agents' vehicles were boxed in. Chicago Police Department issued a statement disputing those claims. The National Fraternal Order of Police and the Illinois State FOP issuing a statement as well that said, in part, when an officer calls for assistance, you answer no matter what. The search has expanded along the Sulphur Fork Creek near the Springfield Greenway after more human remains were found. A child found a human skull in that area on Saturday. And then additional human remains were uncovered on Sunday. The Greenway was closed and search teams returned to the area near the Robertson County Fairgrounds. They waded through the water with poles and probes. No information on what investigators may have found. Kroger recalling its basil pesto bow tie salad and smoked mozzarella penne salad over concerns about listeria contamination. Those products were sold in 24 states, including in Tennessee and Kentucky. That is the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, really tough coming in on 24 from the north this morning. There's a crash if you're traveling near the New Hope Road area. Then you've got another one this morning at Whites Creek Pike, and it's stop and go in that area as well. And then you've got more delays before Briley Parkway North exit 43, where there's a crash, and traffic is stop and go from Clay Lake Road overpass. That is a site where there's some vehicle off the road and into the trees. Careful coming in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 34 minutes past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. Hello, everyone. I'm Brian Wilson in for Dan Mandis on this 6th day of October, the first Monday in October. We got a lot of stuff. Let me just give you a quick rundown. I mean, I think it's 7:30. It seems like, somebody told me that's sort of like the peak audience. So I thought let me just take a moment here and tell you a little bit about the things that are on the news today that you may be seeing more of as the day progresses. Number one, the government, as we have gone into great detail here on this program, still closed. No sign that it's going to get resolved. This is the first Monday in October, which means that the Supreme Court meets for its new term starting today. And we'll talk a little bit more about that and some of the things that they hope to accomplish as we go forward here this morning. And then let's see what else. We got the national security attack against the drug cartels. We've got the continuing efforts on the part of the Trump administration to shore up the crime situation in Chicago and in Portland and other cities around the country. It's all continuing to move forward. So they're just a few of the things that we're watching. Oh, yeah. Full moon tonight. It is a supermoon. And the supermoon will be, I don't know, it's going to be huge. Hang on. Have I got that? Where is it? Anyway, supermoon tonight, 10:47. It'll be something. Hope that the clouds are gone so you can see it. Let's talk a little bit about something that I'm terrified by, and I think if you're alert, cunning, and sly, and you're paying attention to what's going on in the world around you, you need to be really focused on this development. Everything we talk about with regard to AI, I think AI can be a wonderful tool. Artificial intelligence. I think it can be a great tool. I think it can be very helpful. I think that it can solve a lot of problems. But I think it also could be a force for evil. I really do. Listen to this story that I found on MSNBC of all places. AI actor Tilly Norwood is an innovation nobody asked for. In an announcement that has received massive backlash across Hollywood, Elaine van der Velden, the Dutch founder of what she calls the world's first artificial intelligence talent studio, told a film festival panel over the weekend that her artificial intelligence actor, Tilly Norwood, has received attention from multiple talent agents. It follows van der Velden's statement to Broadcast International over the summer. We want Tilly to be the next Scarlett Johansson or Natalie Portman. That's the aim of what we're doing. Well, we've all seen, this AI stuff. If you're online, you've seen examples of AI, and a lot of the AI is pretty easy to spot up on. This apparently is not. Actors Emily Blunt, Lucas Gage, Melissa Barrera, and I don't know some of these names, Kiersey Clemens have slammed it. Here's what Emily Blunt said. Does it disappoint me? She's upset about the fact that the agencies, the talent agencies, are now thinking about representing AI talent. Just, oh my gosh. Does it disappoint me? I don't quite know how to answer it, other than to say how terrifying this is. When Blunt was shown an image of Tilly, she responded with shock. Are you serious? That's an AI? Good Lord, we're screwed. That's really, really scary. Come on, talent agencies, don't do that. Please stop. Please stop taking away our human connection. Whoopi Goldberg said that she's not worried about it. She says, you can always tell the difference from us. But, that's really becoming increasingly difficult. Anybody who's looked at AI looks at it and says, is that real or is that AI? I mean, and it's getting increasingly difficult to know. It's increasingly difficult to separate what is real from what is not. I mean, theoretically, think about it. You've got these AI actors that have been built here, and you could okay, I'm going to hire a bunch of AI actors. I don't have to pay them to be in my next movie. And if you can't tell the difference, and believe me, you can't in some cases, how would you know? What would this mean for like newscasters and broadcasters? I think it's entirely possible we will see somebody in the near future build an AI anchorman or anchorwoman, and that person will read the news. I mean, you have somebody put together the newscast. You can even have AI do a lot of that. and then this newscaster, who's not a real human being, steps in and delivers it. And will you be able to tell? I'm not sure you will be able to. Screen Actors Guild not happy about this. SAG-AFTRA not happy about this. Those are the unions representing radio, television actors. When I was in D.C., I had to be a member of SAG-AFTRA. It was required in order to have a job. But it stands for the American Federation of Television and Radio Actors. I was a newscaster. I wasn't an actor, but nonetheless, I was an AFTRA, along with puppeteers and jugglers. Joan, you were in AFTRA, right?
Yes, I was.
Right up there with the puppeteers and the jugglers?
Yes.
I'm serious.
I know, and it just seems so fitting.
But listen to what they said about this and how this works. Tilly Norwood is not an actor. It's a character generated by a computer program that was trained on the works of countless professional performers without permission or compensation.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting? You got to train these things. So you say, okay, look at the collected works of, Sylvester Stallone. Look at the collected works of, pick the actors that you want this person to most be like. And the AI studies those performances and recreates them with an amazing amount of accuracy. And then you can put any words into their mouths that you want.
And as far as the physical features of this person that they've created, she's very appealing without being like super beautiful. She's a very appealing human being look-alike. There. Yeah.
It's amazing. It truly is. And here's the thing that I'm worried about. As we go forward, already we're seeing it in social media. They'll drop something in there and everybody will jump on it. Oh, my goodness, look at this. This is outrageous. And people get all wound up and they get upset. And turns out it was not real.
Yeah. Yes.
It happens a lot.
Yeah.
But imagine, this is why we've got to be very vigilant in the days going forward, and very skeptical, I think, of things that we see. If something sounds really, really outrageous, now sometimes outrageous things do happen in the news, that does happen, but if something really sounds like that's unbelievable, maybe you should just take a pause. Be careful about it, because it may turn out not to be true. And for people who do what you and I do, Joan, it's going to be harder and harder and harder to separate what is real from what is AI.
Mm-hmm.
And that will impact our ability as all. It's just going to get better and better and better and better. And so anything you see of Donald Trump, if you say, did he really say that? Chances are he may not have said it. There is AI out there now that you can talk to. You can get this on your iPhone. And you talk to it, and it will recreate your voice. That's astonishing. It's just astonishing. And, and make it very difficult for, and then you can get that voice to say anything. It's going to be a real challenge, I think, in the days ahead.
I think you're right.
I mean, I really do.
In ways that we can't even imagine right now.
Yeah, I know. Look, I mean, it's one thing if it's entertainment and it's clearly labeled as such, and it's not real. I mean, for some time now, I think you've had some level of AI and like video games and that kind of stuff. But if you really can put together an actor that exists only in zeros and ones, and you can give that person, you can set the scene, you can tell AI, I want this to be, I don't know, a chase scene involving this actor. The computer will develop that for you. All you got to do is tell it what you want, and it will do it. And you can replicate anybody's appearance. You can replicate anybody's voice. And it's just going to be weird. The changes that are coming through AI could be the most significant thing that we face in this particular next decade. Because it's going to get better, and it's going to get faster, and it's going to get really incredibly difficult to be able to tell what is AI and what is real. And so what do we as consumers of information need to be aware of? That not everything that you see on your social media feed is true. In fact, it's getting to the point, quite frankly, where so much of it is not true. I'm really, quite frankly, about had enough of social media. But anyway, Tilly Norwood. Who knew? In a moment, I want to talk about another statistic that I think you'll be shocked by. You're not going to hear this. Are we headed for a major showdown between conservatives and liberals in this country? And could it get ugly? The results of an NPR poll are quite eye-opening, and I'll get to that in just a moment. 45 past the hour. "45 minutes now past the hour. Look for a high today in the low 80s. It's going to be a lot of overcast clouds. We had some rain this morning. 65% chance of rain today, but it may be what we saw earlier today, so you might not have a lot more as the day progresses. We'll keep an eye on that. So there you have that. I'm looking at a story that catches my attention, and the raw number is scary. But when you really think about it, we could be headed for a major fracture in this country. And I'm not one of those who wants that to happen. I would like to think that Americans will come together. We have in the past. But as it stands right now, we're really a very divided nation, and divided in ugly ways. Listen to this. From an NPR poll. There could be as many as 104.1 million people in America who back domestic terrorism in the U.S. 104 million people. Most of America, the story goes from Newsmax, believes politically motivated violence is a problem in America, and there remains an alarming 30% who believe Americans may need to resort to violence to get the country back on course. That 30% includes 11% who strongly agree Americans must resort to violence to force their political agenda, and 19% agree. Wow. Agree and strongly agree. Whew. With 347 million people in the United States, 30% comes out to about 104 million supportive of domestic terror, including potentially more than 38 million who strongly support the idea. Are we headed to a major split in this country? 77% of Americans think politically motivated violence is a major problem, up from 73% in June. Only 18% believe it's a minor problem. Only 4% believe politically motivated violence is not a problem at all. 49% of Americans are more concerned about political violence against public officials. 50% say they are more concerned about political violence against protesters. 74% of Republicans are more concerned about violence directed toward public officials. And 70% of Democrats are more worried about violence toward the protesters. Now, there are people in this country who believe that politically motivated violence is acceptable. How scary is that? How scary is that that's where we are in America today? This is a survey of 1,500 adults, 1,329 registered voters, the margin of error 3.3%. I mean, gosh. You know, the thing when you say potentially 104 million, are they all liberal? No. Some of those people are conservatives. Some conservatives believe we may have to have a violent confrontation. I'm not espousing this. I'm just shocked, stunned, and amazed that we have so many people in America who believe this is an acceptable thing. Wow. 30% believe Americans may need to resort to violence in order to get the country back on course. Scary, scary statistics. 50 minutes now past the hour.
Coming up here, which cases are being taken up in the Supreme Court's new term? It begins today. Also, parents in one local school district will be doing the school shuffle next September. That and more at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 54 minutes now past the hour of 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7, almost 55 minutes. Let's talk a little bit about the High Court meeting today. 5 major Supreme Court cases will be argued this fall. This is the first Monday in October. So the Supremes meet today with their 6-3 conservative majority. Okay, well, we're a little concerned about Coney Barrett and the chief at times. But generally the Supreme Court has been backing up Trump. There have been a couple of cases where that has not been the case, but by and large, Trump's getting great rulings from the Supreme Court, and there is a lot at stake. Listen to some of these cases that are going to be argued before the High Court this spring, and this is just in the regular docket. They have an emergency docket, which means that there's some other things that may be coming up through the emergency docket as well. Supreme Court opens its new term today, scheduled to hear 39 cases this fall. The justices will hear challenges to transgender rights, voting rights, and Trump tariffs, and will reconsider a 90-year precedent that protects officials of independent agencies from being fired by the president. We'll see how that all goes. Here's a couple of the bigger cases that you'll hear about as we go forward. Conversion therapy and free speech. Does a licensed mental health counselor have a First Amendment right to talk to a patient under 18 about changing their sexual orientation or gender identity, even if doing so is prohibited by state law? Now, we saw the Supremes back up Tennessee's state law in this regard. This is based on I believe it's a California case. California in 2012 was the first state to ban conversion therapy, believing it was harmful to minors. Other states followed, relying on the authority to regulate the practice of medicine and to prohibit substandard care. The Alliance Defending Freedom, a Christian league group, sued on behalf of a Colorado counselor and argued the state is censoring her speech. So that'll be one to watch. Voting rights in black majority districts. Does a state violate the Constitution if it redraws its congressional districts to create one with a black majority? In the past, the court has said racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional. But citing the Voting Rights Act, it has also ruled that states must sometimes create an electoral district where a black or Latino candidate has a good chance to win. Trump and tariffs. That's a big one. I mean, I think the tariff thing is working for us. I think there are some things where it's going to get a little rough, especially, let's say, for farmers. In the days ahead, it will get a little rough because it's going to take a little while for the impact of all the tariffs to sort of show up in a positive way. And in the meantime, the people who are struggling the most may be our farmers, which is why Trump has talked about perhaps coming up with some of that tariff money and redistributing it to our farmers in the meantime while we're working to get things running with these tariffs. But the Supreme Court will look into this. Does President Trump have legal authority acting on his own to impose a large import taxes on products coming from otherwise friendly countries? I think he does. I think the previous cases in this matter could well work out well for Trump and his tariffs. Transgender athletes in sports, school sports, that's going to be a big issue with the High Court in this particular session. Can a state prevent a transgender student whose biological sex at birth was male from competing on a girls' sports team? West Virginia and Idaho adopted such laws, but they were struck down by judges who said they violated the Constitution's guarantee of equal protection of laws and the federal Title IX law, which bars sex discrimination in schools and colleges. I think again, we're probably going to get a good ruling out of that. And then another one, here's one. Trump and independent agencies. May the president fire officials of independent agencies who were appointed with fixed terms set by Congress. Since 1887, Congress has created semi-independent boards, commissions, and agencies with regulatory duties. While their officials are appointed by the president, their fixed terms keep them in office when a new president takes over. Just a few of the things that the High Court will consider as they kick things off on this first Monday in October. 8 o'clock, time for the news with Joan Jones.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's been almost a week since the National Guard was deployed in Memphis. Action News 5's Griffin Damaris says that the arrests are stacking up. That's according to Attorney General Pam Bondi.
On Saturday, Bondi said the task force arrested 74 people and seized 16 illegal guns. She said, quote, arrests include multiple gang members, including one wanted for murder, an illegal alien juvenile arrested with approximately 2 pounds of methamphetamines. And on Friday, Mayor Young said, quote, on the MPD front, there have been an additional 167 arrests this week. And when it comes to the timeline, Governor Bill Lee has made it fairly clear. This task force will be here for the foreseeable future.
In other news, the Supreme Court begins its new term today. Questions about executive power loom large here, and the justices will also hear a major case on voting rights.
The court will decide whether or not the use of race in drawing election maps is unconstitutional, even though the Voting Rights Act of 1965 says that map drawers need to take race into account. They cannot draw election maps that disproportionately silence voters of color. Is that whole regime unconstitutional? Some members of this conservative majority seem inclined to say it is.
That's ABC's Devin Dwyer. Wilson County Schools will rezone some elementary schools. The school board said that parents should be aware that their kids may be attending a different school starting next September.
This is centered around the new Central Pike Elementary School. Families at Gladeville and Rutland Elementary will be heavily impacted by this, with a small part of the South Side zone also being impacted.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. Wilson County Schools passed a 5-year plan last week that would also put a K-9 unit in every school zone. Breaking just this morning, the parent company of CBS News, Paramount, has just announced that it has bought journalist Barry Weiss's The Free Press for $150 million. Weiss then was named editor-in-chief of CBS News. She'll also oversee a debate-style program. Now, Weiss launched The Free Press, in her words, to challenge woke orthodoxy. Earlier this year, CBS News settled a lawsuit with President Trump over deceptive editing of a 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris when she was challenging Donald Trump for the presidency. The Titans have broken out of their slump.
Cox snaps it back. Sly lets it fly. Bullseye! Hey, Nashville! That sounds like a winner! The Tennessee Titans, 22. The Arizona Cardinals, 21.
Thanks to Titans Radio for that. Congrats, guys. They'll face Las Vegas next week. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures this morning in the green, with the Dow futures up 79, NASDAQ futures are gaining 205, and the S&P futures are up 20 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are just ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, you still have some delays, but it's easing a bit here on 24 eastbound side. 24 eastbound in Joelton past Whites Creek Pike. There is still a crash, but it is not causing the major delays that it was earlier. You will find things very slow on I-840 westbound in Franklin. Just before I-65, the left lane blocked off by a crash there. Also, Murfreesboro Pike at I-24, Spence Lane, there's a crash scene as well. And if you're traveling in East Germantown, 2nd Avenue North at Taylor Street, watch for an accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of 5 o'clock. 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I was ready to start over a whole thing again. 8 o'clock, 8:06 on Super Talk 99.7. Brian Wilson in the chair all the way until 9 o'clock. And then Chris Hand will take over. We'll have Chris joining us at the bottom of the hour for the always engaging crisscross. I mean, that's what I call it. What do you guys call it?
The crisscross handoff.
Handoff.
See the little play on words there?
Yeah, I see what you did there. Yeah. Anyway, it'll be great to catch up with Chris here coming up at 8:35 or so. In the meantime, I want to spend some time talking about what the Trump administration is doing to try to make our country more safe. Let's start with what's happening in these attacks against drug cartels. Look, I've long been of the opinion that the United States needs to do something about the cartels. The cartels, operate out of Mexico and Venezuela with impunity. Nobody stops them. They continue to bring illegal narcotics and fentanyl and dangerous drugs into this country, and it's a national security threat. Anywhere else in the world where we have a national security threat, let's say Yemen, if we decide that somebody in Yemen is a national security threat, we take them out. They're enemy combatants. We have declared a war on terror. Why not do the same with the cartels? Well, that's what Trump has done. American forces, according to Newsmax, hit another vessel allegedly carrying illegal drugs off the coast of Venezuela on Saturday. President Donald Trump said Sunday, adding that the U.S. would start looking at drug trafficking on land. See, it's like Jell-O in a balloon with these cartels. You squeeze down in one area and it bloops out over here. They'll do this. I mean, there are about, 100 different ways that they can bring the drugs into this country. I was thinking about this weekend because when I was a young reporter, just a kid in West Texas, I remember being sent out to cover a plane that had flown in from Mexico by the cartels, and it was packed to the brim. It was a Lockheed Lodestar, an old World War II military plane, and it was packed to the gills with bales and bales and bales of marijuana. But unfortunately, they either got lost or didn't put enough fuel in the airplane, and it crashed out in the middle of the desert in West Texas. They'll come across by plane. They'll come across. They'll try to smuggle it across the border. They'll, if they are thwarted by water, they will turn to land. They're clever. So here's what Trump said. In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists the hell out of the water. We did another one last night referring to the attack on Saturday. Now we just can't find any. In other words, the Venezuelan drug cartels that are coming out of Venezuela, packed with drugs, cocaine, fentanyl, bad stuff, heroin, are being destroyed as they come into international waters by the United States Navy and the Coast Guard. Just taking them out. the way that, and people are dying as a result of that. But you're going after what we should have been going after all along. Enemy combatants, threats to our national security. Is there any greater threat to our national security than allowing drugs to come into this country unimpeded? Dan Bongino, who's, number 2 over at the FBI, has said that the FBI has taken down the Venezuela narco-terrorist money laundering operation. So you hit them out in the ocean, you take out their ships, you take out their product, you take out their people, and at the same time, the FBI is bringing to fruition an investigation that they began in 2019 that dismantles the narco-terrorist money laundering operation. 2 men were indicted in Florida in September in an alleged money laundering scheme linked to the children of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. That guy's crooked. The charges follow a years-long investigation launched by the FBI's Miami field office in 2019. My question is, why didn't Biden, if they were doing this investigation, why did not the Biden Justice Department go after these guys and do this when they were in charge? It's been out there for a long time. It's almost as if, why would you not take action if you've been doing it that long? That's 5 years, 6 years. The FBI said bank filings known as suspicious activity reports showed wire transfers to an individual and businesses in Venezuela. And so they got them on that. They're taking them down. The arrests have been made. They're hurting them in the ocean. They're hurting them in their banking operations and their money laundering operations. It helps them legitimize the illegal money that they gain from selling drugs and narcotics. So, it's a 1-2 punch. And I am happy. By the way, they say 4 male narco-terrorists were killed during that Saturday strike. Hegseth, Secretary of War. I don't know how I feel about the Secretary of War thing, but one way or the other. Hegseth says, our intelligence without a doubt confirmed that this vessel was trafficking narcotics and the people on board were narco-terrorists and they were operating on a known narco-trafficking transit route. In his post, Hegseth offered no other details on who they were or what organization they belonged to. The video of the strike posted online showed a small boat moving in open waters when it suddenly exploded. It exploded, it did. As the smoke from the explosion clears, the boat is visible, consumed with flames, floating motionless in the water. I don't understand why we haven't done this before. And I 1,000% support looking at the narco-terrorists and the cartels in Mexico as enemy combatants. You can't count on Mexico. You can't count on many of the countries in South America and Central America to crack down on this because they're so corrupt. All of the governments are relatively corrupt. So you got to have somebody, who would be willing to step up and take them out, and you can't count on them to do it. So it's up to us. And I've long said we need to do this. I completely support this idea. Meanwhile, Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino claimed that 5 U.S. fighter jets had dared to approach the Venezuelan coast and had been detected by air defenses and tracking systems at the Maracuicha International Airport, which serves the capital Caracas. In their joint statement, the Defense and Economic Ministries accused the United States of flouting international law and jeopardizing civil aviation in the Caribbean Sea. Okay, all right with that. Meanwhile, we continue to fight on the streets of our crime-ridden cities in America. Trump is trying to send in the National Guard, but now a judge has entered the fray. Could be interesting to see what happens today with this particular story. I'll get into that in just a moment. 15 minutes past the hour. We're looking for a high today in the 80s. And again, I think I got to look. Is there anything on radar at this point? Do you know?
I'm sorry. For what?
Well, because it was raining earlier.
Oh, on the weather radar.
Weather radar, right.
Okay.
I've got it pulled up on my phone here. We've got some showers making their way
a lot
north.
of little scattered showers. That's right. Yeah.
But no big rainouts, right?
But
no
no
washouts.
huge rain out. So you might get a little sprinkle here, a little sprinkle there. That's the way it's going to be today.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're surrounding us.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, there we are. But it's still, temperature is going to be very pleasant today. I am looking forward to getting on the road immediately after this show because I'm headed to New Mexico and Colorado for our anniversary weekend trip. Cabana wife will be joining me out there. I'm taking the big van and taking off, driving out that way.
Nice.
And I can't wait. It's beautiful. New Mexico is a remarkably beautiful state. It's not the place you want to live.
Mm-hmm.
It's not so beautiful around Hobbs. My grandmother lived in Hobbs, and I used to go to Hobbs on a regular basis. Hobbs ain't much. It's not the end of the earth, but you can throw a rock to it from Hobbs.
Yeah.
Pretty ugly. But the real end of the earth is Eunice.
Eunice,
New Mexico.
Okay.
Look it up sometime.
Okay. Have you been? I guess you've been.
Yeah, well, I've been a lot in that part of the world because, Odessa, not very far from, that corner of New Mexico.
Yeah.
To go from Odessa, Texas to Hobbs, New Mexico is only a 90-mile trip. So we used to go over there a lot to see Grandma, to see my Nana. And, Hobbs. I tell you what, if you ever have a chance to go to Hobbs, New Mexico, try to change your plans. Just saying.
Eunice looks, no, I'm just looking at it, of course, on Google. I just Googled it. Looks very worn down.
Yeah, just pretty rough.
Like it's been an abandoned town.
Yeah, it pretty much is a ghost town at this point. Yeah. It doesn't look like much. All right. And by the way, the worst road I was ever on was the road between Eunice and Hobbs, New Mexico. I mean to tell you, you'd be lucky if you got to your destination in Hobbs and still had all the fillings in your teeth.
Oh, that bad. Okay.
Really, really bad.
Is that because of the aliens out there? Or?
No, well, that's a little further north. That's up near the Roswell area.
Gotcha.
But I'm going to be going into Albuquerque. We're going to go to the Balloon Festival. Then I'm going up to Santa Fe for a day. Then going to Alamosa, Colorado, and Canyon City, Colorado.
Ooh, Canyon City. I've been out that way. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. The what do they call it? The Royal Gorge, I think is the name of it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Really beautiful up near Colorado Springs. So, and then we start heading back for the long trip back.
The trip back is always the hardest.
It is because you've been there, you've had a good time, but now you're ready to get home, and you're 1,500 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah. I never try to drive over about 500 odd miles a day.
That's a really good plan. I think 500's a lot.
Yeah, it is, but when you come from West Texas, you don't think about that.
Yeah.
National Police Union is really upset about what's going on in Chicago. You see, ICE agents got into a kerfuffle, got surrounded, and it got really, really ugly, and they needed the help of the local police there in Chicago. And the local police turned their heads and looked away. This is being condemned by the nation's largest police union, condemning reports that Chicago officers were told not to help ICE agents surrounded by protesters, calling it a shocking violation of law enforcement's duty to protect fellow officers in danger, writes Fox News. Harsh condemnation of that decision by the National Fraternal Order of Police, the FOP, and the Illinois State FOP expressed shock at reports that Chicago's chief of patrol, the chief of patrol for the Chicago Police Department, directed officers not to assist U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents as they were surrounded by protesters on Saturday. Details are still emerging, but it appears the officers from the Chicago Police Department were ordered not to assist a group of ICE agents while they were physically threatened by what appeared to be an angry mob. Let me be clear, says National FOP President Patrick Yose. Both the National FOP and the Illinois FOP believe that when an officer calls for assistance, you answer no matter what. Yeah. I don't know what's going to happen. There is a judge that has blocked the president from deploying to Oregon any National Guard under his command. This may have something to do with a lawsuit that was filed by Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, because Trump basically called the California National Guard and sent them to Oregon, and he sued. And now this happened late. In fact, the story that I'm looking at was posted at 1 a.m. this morning, Middle Tennessee time. Barred from using Oregon's forces had sent troops from California and authorized mobilization of the Texas Guard. So I don't know what's going to happen with regard to that today, because we were going to send 400 from Texas and some California folks, and now that's all on hold. Not sure exactly how it's going to be resolved. Something to watch as the day progresses. 22 now, past the hour.
And coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 at the 8:30 newscast, we'll take a look at the meeting happening today that could lead to a peace deal in Gaza. Also, voters are heading to the polls tomorrow. It's a special primary election taking place for the 7th Congressional District. Coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 28 minutes now past the hour. A little interesting story that I stumbled across today about the planet Saturn. And I try to keep up on all the moon news because that's just something I'm fascinated by. Saturn, I did not know this. I honestly, I thought I knew a lot about astronomy, etc. But Saturn apparently has 274 moons. Did you know that? I didn't know that.
No.
Is that one for every FBI agent that was at January 6th?
Maybe that's it, yeah. It's Enceladus, one of 274 moons orbiting Saturn, has been, for some time, been considered a prime candidate as being potentially habitable. And now it's a frozen planet, but it's underneath the ice is water that is kept warm by the internal core of the planet. And so people think that, well, this could be the place where there could be some kind of aquatic life on this, because what we find is, life always wants to emerge. It's hard to beat back life. And if you give it half a chance, it has shown up in the most interesting of places. And now there's a new data that comes in from NASA that suggests that indeed it could be a habitable space. That's not to say it is. It's just that it could be. So it'll be interesting to see in the days ahead what we learn about Saturn's most interesting of the 274 moons, Enceladus.
You think
it's
the
30
trip
minutes. I'm sorry?
You think the trip to Albuquerque is long?
Yeah, that would be quite a trip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let's get to Mars first. That's
yeah.
Then we'll go to Enceladus. 30 minutes past the hour.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Delegations from Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. are convening in Egypt today for what's described as indirect talks. ABC News national security and defense analyst Mick Mulroy says a lot is riding on these talks.
This is, I think, the last best chance of a ceasefire and a potential long-term peace. If this falls apart, then we're going down the wrong route, which would be a continuation of this horrible war.
Now, Israel has reduced combat operations in Gaza. It has not fully halted those operations, though. Tennessee voters are heading to the polls tomorrow, deciding who will run to fill the 7th congressional district seat vacated by Mark Green. The special primary election is tomorrow. The special election is December 2nd. Now, if you need information about tomorrow's election, including which Republicans, Democrats, and independents are running, you can check out the link on my X account. Find me at Joan Jones WTN. Hundreds of Texas National Guard troops may soon head to Illinois as President Trump creates workarounds to unfriendly federal judges.
A federal judge overnight temporarily blocked the deployment of any National Guard units to Oregon. Now the Trump administration is considering sending 400 troops from Texas to Illinois to stand watch over immigration and customs enforcement activities. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker calls it, quote, Trump's invasion. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he supports the move.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks trading now, and the Dow is up 64. NASDAQ beginning 128 points higher. We've got the S&P up 23. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, you've got problems still in Jolton, but this is on Clarksville Pike at Old Clarksville Pike South. There's a crash there involving some injuries. On Murfreesboro Pike at the southeast split at I-24, you've got a crash as well. That's causing some slowdown. Eastbound 24 at Whites Creek, they're still working at Old Hickory Boulevard. And in Antioch, eastbound 24 at Haywood Lane. That's a crash, and it's on the right shoulder. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
"37 minutes past the hour of 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7. I'm Brian Wilson, your friend and radio buddy, filling in for Dan Mandis for the next few minutes. And, of course, it's come to the time where we all join in for what we call the crisscross handoff.
What's up, guys?
What's going on with you, man?
Not much. Had a great weekend. Spent a little bit too much money at a pumpkin patch, but you know, with the amount of kids that we have, that was bound to happen.
Yeah, and you've got the greatest kids on the planet. I mean, to tell you, they are really wonderful kids. They truly are.
Man.
So, how much what was your pumpkin bill?
I feel uncomfortable to talk about it on the air. I feel a little bit embarrassed. But I mean,
but you always get more than just pumpkins.
We went in, we did all the pumpkins. Yeah. We even went in, we got apple cider slushies. We went to Cedarwood Pumpkin Patch, which is the best one in the area out towards McMinnville. And I mean, they just have so much fun for the kids. But that's how we spent our day yesterday, was just coughing up change at the pumpkin patch.
Yeah, do you have a rule? Like a lot of people I know, when they take their kids out to pick out the pumpkin, is that you can only pick out a pumpkin that you're big enough to carry.
So, no, we don't do that. We have too many little ones, and we want good pumpkins. So there's an approval process. I'll be honest with you. There's some vetting. There's some vetting that goes on, and we get the right ones. But Cedarwood, you get a free pumpkin with admission. And the nice thing is we have a family of 6, so we get quite a few pumpkins with that admission.
Now, did you go back and start carving, or you're going to do that later?
We're going to wait, because the squirrels in my neighborhood, they get a little bit too big for their britches, and if we carve them too soon, it becomes snacks. So we gotta hold off here for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, Halloween, and I'm sorry, I get in trouble all the time. Halloween. No, I call it Halloween.
Halloween.
But apparently it's Halloween.
I don't know. It depends. Everybody gets very upset about it, no matter which side you're on.
They really get upset.
That's crazy.
I used to call it like Halloween all the time. And I have the same thing with Thanksgiving. To me, emphasis should be on thanks, but people they say the proper way to say it is Thanksgiving.
The emphasis is on the giving.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
I agree. I think the emphasis should be on the thanks.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, listen, that's great fun. It is no more fun than kids in a pumpkin patch. That's good stuff.
Oh my gosh! And then we sent them off into the corn maze. Give mom and dad a little bit of quiet time here on the bench after chasing you guys around.
If you can find your way out, you can come home.
But by all means, you guys can go do the corn maze. Take your time.
Yeah, we'll see you in a couple hours.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was awesome, man. We love it's a yearly tradition that we go up there. So it was great.
Yeah, I'm sort of in trouble here at Wilson Manor, because I have one of those 12-foot tall skeletons.
Okay. But
I have not done it this year. I haven't put it up this year.
What's going on? Is there something wrong?
We're taking a trip, an anniversary trip. I'm leaving here after the show and headed to New Mexico and Colorado. So going there, and so we're going to be gone for about 10 days in the middle of the month.
Oh.
And I didn't want to leave it unwatched.
No.
Because I have a feeling if you come back, your 12-foot skeleton is going to be in pieces on the ground.
Or covered in toilet paper.
That'd be fun.
So we'll pick it back up next year. We'll pick it up next year.
I love it, man. I love it. Well, you guys always go all out for the holidays.
Yeah, well, we do. We try to. And I'm asking Cabana Wife to, sort of back down a little bit off, like, for example, Christmas, we don't really need 16 trees.
Oh, 14 is a good, healthy limit for everybody.
Let's find a number less than 16.
How's that been working at the Wilson Manor?
Now,
I think the size says a lot.
The one thing I will say is I don't have to decorate them, so it doesn't really impact me. I mean, I'm on record. I do a lot of things. I don't decorate Christmas trees. I don't have the patience for it. And that's so it's all Cabana Wife, all Cabana Wife. By the way, I am still surprised at how many people are very excited to meet Cabana Wife. I mean, I can't believe it. Went out to a...
You can't believe it. You know her. Like,
I know her.
She's one of the sweetest ladies. She's one of the sweetest ladies. I'm shocked that you guys don't constantly have a line.
at
the
house.
front door.
Yeah. Well, we've had people just come to the front door want to meet us.
I can imagine.
In Watertown, if you send me a piece of mail, Watertown, Brian Wilson, it will get to me.
I love it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Everybody knows Brian in Watertown. We were up there for the 4th of July for the squirt gun parade.
Yep.
And Brian Wilson brings automatic squirt guns for my kids. And then he goes, all right, boys, this is what I need you to do. He's like, I'm going to point out the politicians, and then you're going to get them. And my boys looked at Brian and went, they're Democrats, aren't they, Mr. Wilson?
Starting them off early.
They're such good. I must say, Joni, have you met the children? Because they're really...
Oh, yeah.
I've never been around more polite children.
They're kind, they're smart, and they're so polite.
Yeah. You guys are sweet.
The most polite kids. Yeah.
I went to Paul Bailey's big cowboy cook-off this weekend.
Tell me about that.
Well, it was you had to choice it. Your chicken. Let's talk about food first. Chicken or fish, and got to see Paul. But it was a bluegrass thing, and a couple of my really good friends, Daly and Vincent. It's Jamie Daly and Darren Vincent, and some of the members of their band I know quite well, and so I got to see them and catch up with them at the thing. But it was a nice event. People were very nice. But again, somebody walked up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Is this Cabana Wife?" I said, "Yes, it is." They didn't care who didn't have any interest in talking to me, but they wanted to talk to Cabana Wife. So,
I love it. I love it.
Beth and I can't remember her husband. They were delightful. It was really nice.
So where was this cowboy cook-off?
It was down near Sparta.
Okay.
At a thing, I forget, the Duck Pond. There's a Duck Pond Road out there, and they got a Duck Pond facility for weddings and stuff like that. It was there. It was really nice. The food was good, and the company was good, and got to hear some good bluegrass and see some old friends. So I really, truly, truly enjoyed that. Getting ready, though, for the trip, and it's going to be big fun because we're going to be in Albuquerque for the balloon festival.
Oh, that's cool. I got one of my old neighbors, Steve. He played bass for Phil Vassar, and they've played the hot air balloon festival out there a couple times.
Yeah. Speaking of things that fly in the air and things that fall to the ground, this story, golly, about the Nashville skydiving incident. I don't know if you've had a chance to see this, but what a thing this is. A guy named Justin Fuller and a 46-year-old skydiving student at altitude. I've been reading this morning that altitude for a tandem jump is generally somewhere between 10 and 13,000 feet. They're out there on the wing of the plane. Somehow they get disconnected. The student had a parachute, but the person who was supposed to be hooked up to him tandem-wise did not, and he fell to his death.
Terrifying.
Which means that, well, let's see. I did look this up. Let me see if I can find it again. I thought it was pretty interesting about, here it is. This is what this guy experienced before he hit the ground. Tandems open at 4,500 feet. They're generally pulling near 5K. 13,000 feet is the standard experience you get virtually everywhere. If you go to 18, you got to have oxygen. The general rule is you get 5 seconds per 1,000 foot of altitude. So that would be about, if you're at 10,000, 13,000 feet, that's somewhere, I don't know, I can't figure it out. That's 13 times 5, whatever that is. That'd be how far they fell and how long he was falling.
It's insane.
And now the student, his emergency chute deployed, and he ended up stuck in a tree. And he was recovered, and he's going to be all right. And but the poor guy, who was the instructor, was found by the police helicopter in Nashville, up near Ashland City, and he did not survive. What a tragic thing that is. Can you imagine? I mean, I've always wanted to do this. Now I have to stop and think about it.
Well, and I've done it before. I've done a tandem jump.
Have you really?
And yeah, and it's a lot of fun. But you don't think that anything bad can happen during a tandem jump because you have the pro attached to you.
Right.
So, that kind of messes
I
that
will
part
say
up.
this, that what I read here, it says that it's pretty unusual to have a death related to a parachute jump. The USPA, apparently I'm guessing the U.S. Parachute Association, I don't know, Parachuters Association, I don't know, it says 9 out of 3.88 million skydives in 2024 resulted in civilian deaths. And that was a record low since they began keeping records back in 1961.
Still too many. Chris, let me ask you something. When you do that tandem jump, you as the student have the parachute on your back?
No, I had the instructor on my back, and then he had the parachuter on his back.
I can't get my head around how this happened, this accident, because the student survived, had the parachute.
Yes.
Well, they say his emergency chute deployed.
Yeah, I just don't understand why the instructor didn't
because
have
I've always
a pack
thought that
on.
was the way, because it would be the person who is the instructor that would have the main, but apparently somehow they got disconnected right there on the wing of the plane. The student falls, but then pulls the emergency chute, or the emergency chute I don't know, maybe it automatically deploys.
Yeah.
And then the other person fell to the ground with no parachute.
Yeah.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a list of things that I would do before I had kids that I wouldn't do now.
Yeah,
You know?
right?
It's
sort of changes the calculus.
Yeah, it definitely does. The risk-reward analysis is a little bit weighted the other way. I would never do it again unless my kids were like grown up. But it's probably not going to happen. But I'm glad I did it. I will tell you that.
I mean, I imagine it's got to be one of those, that have those carabiners that lock in place on everything, and it's just maybe it didn't twist up all the way to catch or something. And to what you brought up about going tandem, so if they're on your back, right?
Yep.
Right.
And if you've got like a nervous stomach like myself, they're just catching the full brunt of that on the way down.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's in your hair. It's everywhere.
Right.
I mean, the terminal velocity is 120 miles an hour. So when you're falling 120 miles an hour. So he had, I can't do the calculations in real time, but I mean, he was falling to his death. There's no way you're going to survive that.
I mean, do you think you go into shock halfway down once you realize what's happening?
You may have a heart attack before you actually hit the ground.
Yeah.
I don't know. But boy, what a tragic thing. And rare. Apparently very rare. I'll tell you something else that's rare. The Tennessee Titans won.
It's been a tough go for those guys, huh?
Did you see, though, what happened? There was a Cardinal. They're playing the Arizona Cardinals in Arizona. And the Cardinals have a running back by the name of Amari DeMarcado. And there was a 72-yard play. And all he had to do, nobody even close to him, all he had to do was just step into the end zone and finish the play, and it would have been a touchdown. He dropped the ball before he crossed the line.
Yeah, and the best part about that, this is a guy trying to get a roster spot after the Cardinals have lost a couple running backs to injury. You break out for a 72-yard touchdown run, and I mean, at the last second, fumble it out the back of the end zone and give the Titans a chance. And then, Brian, that crazy interception turned fumble turned recovery in the end zone for the Titans to get one.
Right.
It was the most Titans way to score a touchdown.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, it's pretty bizarre. And I mean, they're now 1-4 on the season. This was the end of a 10-game loss. They hadn't won in 10 games.
Hadn't won since November of 2024.
We're getting some corrections issued on the super text line. This one's for you, Brian. It says Rick texted. He said, "Let's get this straight. The Titans didn't win. The Cardinals lost."
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Yes. Well, they were 2-2 on the season. Now they're 3-2, so they ain't much. And look, it's not going to be another great season. It looks like for the Titans when you're down 4 games this early in the season. You're probably not going to make it to the Super Bowl at this point. But who knows? But I'm glad they pulled one out, and I'm glad that they survived. I watched it to the third quarter, and then I hung up. I said, I'm not watching any more of this. This is. There's no way they're going to win.
It's the first win as the Titans franchise against Arizona in Arizona's home stadium.
Wow, that's amazing. That's good stuff. So what's on tap for you today, Chris?
Well, we're going to be talking about the rise in leftist violence. We've witnessed it left and right. A lot of stuff happened on my show on Friday. I don't know if you know this, but I was threatened by a leftist listener to become the next martyr because I doubted the authenticity. I doubted the authenticity of a story that was going viral on leftist Twitter that ICE agents were zip tying toddlers. So just by questioning that, I was threatened. Come to find out, the story was a complete fabrication. And we know it's a complete fabrication. That hasn't stopped one Tennessee state senator from still posting about it a day after this was completely debunked. I'm talking about Heidi Campbell. So we're going to talk about her. We're going to talk about that incident that has been going viral. And then we'll also talk about the Virginia Attorney General, Jay Jones. And I think that it's important to highlight this stuff because when we find out what they're doing in these back rooms, we have to understand that a lot of these guys think this way. A lot of these leftists do, and it's getting scary out here. But we're gonna keep persisting and we're gonna keep telling the truth. So we're looking forward to talking about it.
Chris, let me just say, because we don't get to talk that often, your show is really dialed in. I mean, it is good radio. So
I appreciate you, man.
Settle in, everyone, and listen to the Chris Hand Show. 52 minutes now past the hour of 8 o'clock.
And coming up here on Super Talk 99.7, the Supreme Court hands down a ruling on Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Also, that skydiving instructor who died after jumping without a parachute. Those stories and more at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
We'll call it 58 minutes now past the hour. We're wrapping up the Nashville's Morning News. I'm Brian Wilson. I'd like to thank Dan Mandis for letting me sit in for a couple of days here. I'll be back a little bit later. Whenever Dan goes on vacation, I think I'll be sliding in here for the early morning show, so it's always good to catch up with you.
And if I could just interject, I just want to say you've done awesome the past couple of days, Brian. It's a blessing to be able to have you as our main guy off the bench. Sixth man of the year, Brian Wilson.
Well, thank you very much. That's more than kind. I saw this story finally to close things out, that 28% of Americans, only 28% of Americans say they have a great deal or even a fair amount of confidence in newspapers, television, and radio to report the news accurately and fairly. This is down dramatically. This is down. It's the lowest it's been as long as they've been taking the poll since 1961. So, I mean, back even in 97, confidence in the media was at 53%. I don't know. It's just if things have so dramatically changed in the media environment that most Americans now look at what media are doing and have decided that they aren't really all that interested in it.
I think we could argue that that's a good thing.
Maybe it is. Listen, thank you so much for being with us here today. 9 o'clock, time for the news with Joan Jones.